Islam, are you still making arrangements or what? Islam? Can anyone hear me?
Islam, we can hear you, brother.
Okay, I was just waiting. I didn't hear. Um,
We can hear you, brother. I'm just pulling the video up so we can
oh,
get it in.
okay,
Islam.
gratitude.
Yes, sir. No problem. We live already. Islam.
Okay, you want me to go ahead and begin, or you going to introduce yourself first?
Ali 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 Ali, yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America. Want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. But let us come forth with our ancient committee and adept Moorish American prayer. And we're going to come forth with our Constitution and law, and we're going to open up the way for our beloved brother, Marvin Edwards Bay, Consul General of Texas, to bring in our prayer and law. Islam.
Islam. In gratitude. Peace and blessings, Morris. Dr. Marvin Bay, Texas Consulate. Rising, giving all praise to the good God Allah. Giving highest honor to His prophet, our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honor to our theocratic government.
Marvin Edwards Bay, point about it. Turn your volume down a little bit so you don't get more.
Oh, okay, I'm going to turn it down on this device.
Yeah, just turn it down. It should help the static.
Is that any better, or you want me to go down more?
See how far you can go down with turning it down.
Okay, what about now? That's all the way down.
Okay, that's a little better.
Oh, I could turn it down on this other thing too.
Yeah. We're just
How's,
trying to keep from the static from coming in.
right.
So don't distort what you're saying. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
brother.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
That's good? Okay.
Yes, sir. It's not.
Okay. And praise a lot to everything that's Moorish. And I will be opening up our class according to law. Yatla em nuheru meku neteru. Yatla eb heteru. Ya Allah Ma'ad Haru, Ya Allah Hoteparu, Ya Allah Heru, Ya Allah Ma'ad Herkuti, Ya Allah Awajat Dejuti, Ya Allah Pertem Sutek Pertem Heru, Ya Allah Bamaduti, El Hezis Rea Huali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet. O Allah, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Yissa, Holy Yissa, Holy Yissa. And I come forth with the divine constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are in power to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs, if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and the Constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names was given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look at the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And this Meeting has been opened according to Act 2 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I will hand the meeting over to our National Grand Secretary of the State of South Carolina, Dr. Dendra Ani Bay, for the reading of our chapter of the week. Islam Goddess, you there?
Islam, closest to thought, God, man. Islam, 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 family. I am Dr. Dendra Ani Bay, but first let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our Council General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law. And I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Sheik, who is the host of this wonderful, wonderful research class, Islam, Islam, Islam. I will be reading our chapter of the week, chapter 43, and it reads, Holy Instructions and Warnings for All Young Men. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess in her delights. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuit. From the blindness of its rage, thou shalt rush upon destruction. Therefore, give not up thy heart to her sweet enticements, neither suffer thy soul to be enslaved by her enchanting delusions. The fountain of health, which must supply the stream of pleasure, shall quickly be dried up, and every spring of joy shall be exhausted. In the prime of thy life, old age shall overtake thee. The sun shall decline in the morning of thy days. But when virtue and modesty enlightens her charm, the luster of a beautiful woman is brighter than the stars of heaven, and the influence of her power it is in vain to resist. The whiteness of her bosom transcendeth the lily. Her smile is more delicious than a garden of roses. The innocence of her eyes is like that of the turtle. Simplicity and truth dwell in her heart. The kisses of her mouth are sweeter than honey. The perfumes of Arabia breathe from her lips. Shut not thy bosom to the tenderness of love. The purity of its flame shall ennoble thy heart and soften it to receive the fairest impression. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn everything back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheik, Dr. Sadu Amiti El Mahejet Sepsuer. Are you there, National Assistant Grand Sheik?
Islamism. Can you hear me, Goddess and Queen?
Islam, I can hear you well.
Gratitude, Islamism without the schism. But let us rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and Bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another Grand Moorish E.A.R.S class, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And you already know, Moorish kin, it's a grand drawing to be here in this new era and time. And want to give honors to everybody that has been tuning in, via social media, YouTube, Facebook, everybody that's been tuning in. We have a lot of people that have been subscribing to our channel. And we're noticing that most of those who haven't subscribed, and they may have some conflict, they don't have a whole lot of audience, so we get it, and we see why most people do what they do, but we here to bring our people the truth, and clarity. So, this is the grandest time in history that we can be here, outside of any other time. It's not strange that we are here. We are here by divine design and not by chance. So anytime we come forth to teach our people, there are no strange happenings. They're going to get universal truth and oneness and everything else. So praise be to Allah for the truth. Islamism without the schism. What we're going to do, like we normally do, is we're going to actually have our family to read from the Book of Fire. And we got a few pages on the manifest. We want to start from page 330. And we're going to go over to these some very powerful measures in the book right here. Yeah, we actually going to go over to page the top of page 335. So if we would, we can have some of our scribes to volunteer.
Islam?
Islam.
Okay. Go ahead.
Come on now. Everybody, that's what I'm talking about. All in unit. Okay, so we heard our brother Marvin Edwards Bay first, so we'll get you, brother, at anyway back to the Garden of Eden, a garden on earth, pardon self. And then you can come from 330, and then you can end it right above where it says 332, where it says Ali, Medu Re Ali. It says who made
Islam. Gratitude.
Islam, gratitude. And brother Bati Bay, you can pick up right there where it says Du Ali, and then you can go over to right there to back to Arabia above 333, above the Garden of Soul that man cannot see. And then we'll let our Grand National Secretary of State take us on into 335 from there. Islam. So the Grand Secretary of State will be starting at the Garden of the Soul that man cannot see. Islam. All right.
Islam. Wait, one second. You said remember Drew Ali? Oh, Drew Ali right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got it.
Islam.
Okay. Islam. All right, brother Marvin L.J.
Islam. Okay, I'm on 330. You say begin anyway back to the garden on earth, or?
Yes, sir. That's where we want you to start at. Islam.
All right, gratitude. Islam family, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, Consul General of Texas Consulate. Rising, giving all praises to the great God Allah, giving highest honor to his prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honor to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give high honor to our Act 1. I give high honor to all of our officials. I give honor to this class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, better known as E.A.R.S. I give honor to our host, our instructor, the professor, Dr. Shedu Wamiti Amohed Shepsuel. I'm looking at your name, committing a Deb Hereford. But I give honor to you for all that you do. Give honor to everyone that's in attendance on the panel. Give honor to all those that's in the audience. I give honor to everything that is Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, our holy Quran, our book of Ali, our 101 and 102s, our exhument of a nation, all of our divine revelations. I give honor. Give honor to the forerunner, Dr. Marcus Mose Garvey, as well as give honor to the ancestors whose shoulders we stand upon. And I will begin. Anyway, back to the garden on earth. Nevertheless, 4 rivers that can only be found in the African continent, can only be found on the African continent, geographically describe the Bible. Eden. A river flows out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it divides and becomes 4 branches. Genesis 2, verse 10. The only river to fit this description is the magnanimous Nile in East Africa. The omnipotent Nile is not just a river as meekly suggested by the Bible writing Greeks. The Nile is Allah's first gift of water on the earthland. It is the same stream he made rise from the earth mentioned earlier in Genesis 2, verse 6. The Nile is the world's oldest and longest river. The ancient Kmetians called the Nile Hapi. Today the Egyptians call it El Bahar, meaning the Sea of Life. It originates from the blue and white Nile rivers being joined at Khartoum, Sudan. The Greeks accidentally omitted the Nile by name, but they allude to the world's mother of rivers as the river, Genesis 41. Newer Bibles now say Nile. River of Egypt, Genesis 25, verse 18. Flood of Egypt, Am 8. I guess that's Amos, chapter 8, verse 8. Shihar, dark blue, 1 Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 5. Natural of Egypt, river of Cush, etc., etc. No amount of rain, snow, or other source of water can irrigate East Africa like the Nile's 4,000 miles flow from the southern mountains toward northward into the Mediterranean Sea. In fact, it fertilizes over 9 million acres of land along its waterway. This is why the Israelite Hebrews, Torah, and Old Testament describe the Nile as a river flows out of Eden. The Nile is not just a river, but also the same holy stream which rose from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground before there was one drop of rain. Genesis chapter 2, verse 5 through 6. The Nile is the first waterway of earth. The Nile River is Allah's grand showcase of rivers on earth. It begins from the 5,000-foot elevation of the Blue Nile and the White Nile in the eastern heart of Africa. The White Nile actually begins at Lake Nyanza, over 26,000 square miles, and travels 2,000 miles to meet its sister, the Blue Nile. There they join in modern-day Sudan to form the Great Nile. Not typical of most rivers of the earth, the Nile flows from south to north for over 4,000 miles to the Mediterranean. It is the longest river in the world and is so powerful from its merger until it flows through 1,000 miles of desert without support of any other river tributary. To say the least, the Nile may appear as a mere stream to the Creator, but to first chosen people, it's the first source of life. How to identify the geographical Garden of Eden? It is in the nature of conquerors and rulers of the land to name, rename, and nationalize nouns of their dominion in their own language according to their understanding. In fact, every nation sees a part of the great God, and every nation has a name for Allah. Let me put these glasses on. Okay. Moore's Holy Quran, chapter 10, ayat 18. The problem with renaming things is the new name doesn't reveal the divine character and nature of the subject. See, what shall we call him? The various nations of Europe have been renaming and misnaming Africa and her inhabitants since slithering from the cold north. And it would do well for the Moorish to research the origin and true names of people, waters, and lands of their earthland. which Allah gave them. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 48, ayat 9. Otherwise, they may well be unable to recognize or claim their own stolen goods, which much less know its value. A few examples of this are: Adam equals Adama, means ground, human. Eve equals life, mother of living things. Man equals Isha, thinker, vicegerent. Woman equals Isha and Isha. Eden equals God's delight. Africa equals a Mexam, a Kubalon, named by ancient Moors and Cushites. Nubia, Ta Nahisi, or Set Zeti. Libya equals ancient Libu, and Libus, home of the Bubacites, Tanites, or Mashwahas. Tanzania is ancient Tanganyika, Hapi, or Piscean River, White Nile. Tigris equals Hiddekel. Nile equals Gihon. Gihon equals Abay, Blue Nile, Abai. Egypt equals Egypt itself is a misnomer. It was called this by the departing Hebrew slaves as a slanderous reminder. They placed the name Egypt on their holy Torah, according to the Jewish version of the Noah and the flood saga. There were many names pending the dynasty which identified the land of torchbearers of civilization: Tar-Meri, Teti-Meri, Kemet, Saiz, Pearl of the Lower Nile, Flora of the Nile, Land of the Gods, Land of Ra, or Lower Nubia, Lower Ethiopia, Mizraim, the Haribus, Cham, or today's United Arab Republic, UAR. Hebrew, Haribu, man from beyond the river Euphrates, Genesis 11:31. In addition to the above names and thousands of others, it is common knowledge the oldest fossils of man known to date show man evolved from Tanzania, Central East Akubalon. Eden, the oldest being verified as over 500 million years old. The first bodies to be used by the God-man were indigenous from these rich, dark grounds of the higher elevations in Africa, in East Africa. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors they and Yehoshua were of the true blood of ancient Canaanite and Moabite and the inhabitants of Africa. Moorish Holy Quran 46, verse 2. The reader is reminded the very first name for Noble Drew Ali's Moorish Science Temple of America was founded in 1913 as the Ancient Canaanite Temple. Appendix, question number 9. Genesis refers to the sons of Ham as the first inhabitants of East Africa. Cush founded Ethiopia, Cush or Sheba. Mizraim founded Egypt, Mizraim, of what would later be called the Holy Land. This is why, pardon self, I skipped a line. I'll go back to Cush founded Ethiopia, Cush or Sheba. Mizraim founded Egypt, Mizraim, Kemet, and settled Libya. Canaan, which later became known as the land of milk and honey, was only 1/3 of what would later be called the Holy Land. This is why the tribes of Israel call it the promised land, upon their manumission from Pharaoh. Promised not because the parcel was unoccupied, quite the contrary, but because their ancient forefathers were the original African inhabitants. Ironically, everyone on the planet originated from Africa, but the Europeans are the only people too ashamed of this fact, to be honest. The African descendants of Adam are Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob, to name a few generations. Jacob, whose name became Israel, Genesis 32:32, blessed the continent with Judah, and from this tribe came another great Christ, named Yehoshua, better known as Jesus. These and all human existence began in Eden. It should be also noted there were absolutely no intelligent activity on the entire continent of Europe while the descendants of Adam and Eve were populating and civilizing the world. In fact, the hueless people only began to stand erect about 4000 BC and was brought into the light by exploits of Prophet Musa, Moses. This is why the Kmatians was so teed off at Moses for trying to spiritualize those with no center. Surely the ancient pharaohs knew they were in the northern cooler. After all, it was they who cast them out of the Garden of Eden. Question number 69. Ali's questionnaire states the Garden of Eden is in the land of Canaan, in the city of Mecca. Question number 53. In the Bible, this area is called Havilah, Arabia, and is the very first land named in its Hebrew history, Genesis 2:11. It's also described as a land flowed around by the river. Other verification to the geographical Garden of Eden being in Africa is noted in the Great Nile River divides and becomes four branches, Genesis 2, verse 10 through 14. The Pishon, often cited as Persian. Gihon, Nile, which means a bursting forth, or the virgin's fount. Tigris, called the Hidelko by the Hebrews. Euphrates, the Tigris and Euphrates were so close, straddling Mesopotamia, people could dredge ditches between the two. Yet, by the time they flowed to Baghdad, they were 35 miles apart. Nevertheless, these rivers lay bare the great stream that flow out of the geographical location of Africa's biblical Garden of Eden. Just to see how wonderfully the great God watered the whole face of the ground from the stream which began with the Blue Nile and White Nile forming the one great river. This wonder alone is praiseworthy. Africans, being the fathers and mothers of the human family, were also known as the torch-bearers of civilizations. It was they who parented both civilizations. Therefore, his or her perpetual effects remain predominant throughout every nation, family, and tongue around the globe. It is the duty of every true Moor to research and acquire the knowledge of their history, to reclaim their inherent saving powers preserved for them by their ancient forefathers. They must learn the faith in Allah, the one true God, and know love, truth, peace, in order to be themselves a clean and pure nation of people. When the mind of man is in harmony with his Creator, there is peace, and he experiences bliss and oneness. This is called paradise, the garden without weeds, his home. His godly thoughts are his choicest flowers, and his breath the nectar of spirit life to the all of love. His devilish thoughts are his weeds, and draw their strength from the life of his flowers. Until man masters his mind, his garden will be in need of cultivation, and his character must be pruned of bad conducts, weaknesses, and foes belonging to his human nature. Adam was formed within the east end of the garden. The term east means center, beginning, or origin. In the beginning, Adam's east was centered in his head, where he was formed. The marks the nearest place. This marks the nearest place to meet the Creator. Islam.
Islam. First, I'd like to rise to give all manner of praise to Allah, honest to the Prophet, honest to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, mufti, citizens alike, honest to all the Moors that are in the sound of my voice and that are here on this panel, and honest to our, as the brother said before, our professor, Islam. And Islam. And I will begin. Drew Ali. Question 1. Who made you? Answer, Allah. Question 2. Who is Allah? Answer, Allah is the Father of the universe. Question 3. Can we see him? Answer, no. Question 4. Where is the nearest place we can meet him? Answer, in the heart. Man's heart is his center of divine origin. He grows from his true east. From the center to the outer bounds of spirit life, he grows inwardly. Original man lost his sense of direction when he lost consciousness of his higher God self. Later, prophets, e.g., Moses, Abraham, and Muhammad, established center points on earth like Mecca and Jerusalem as symbolic east. This was to direct the misdirected man of his obligation to his creator. Still, man, like the omnipotent of his infinite God, is everywhere and is all in all and cannot be housed by monuments of men. This is to redefine and exalt the ritual practiced by billions of Muslims and Jews that face sacred shrines for prayer. In truth, the omnipresence of the one great God could never be confined to physical direction and monuments of man. This author is certain that all loyal Muslims and Jews will agree to the fact Allah and Yahweh are not hinged solely to their eastern direction and shrines of prayer. See signs and symbols and prayer. Oh no, I know this lone author did not just go up against all those good praying Muslims and Jews. Has he lost it? Blasphemy, infidel, hypocrite, stone him. Stone him. No, the book is not against any person or their religious creed. However, the author will stand upon the proper question. Is Noble Drew Ali right for the redemption of his people? Am I right? Surely, as Ali has proclaimed, the nearest place to meet Allah is in the heart. If man would find his God, he must look within, not restricted to the Kaaba, Jerusalem, synagogue, or church. The garden man can see. It is good to note the difference between the biblical and Quranic records of the naming of all living things by the original man. In the Bible, Genesis 2:19-20, it reads, So out of the ground the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. The man gave names to all cattle and to the birds of the air, to every animal of the field. The Holy Quran is more specific in Surah 2:31. It reads, And he, Allah, taught Adam the names of all things. Then he placed them before the angels and said, Tell me the names of these if ye are right. Now, although the Quranic scholars in Yusuf Ali commentary do not support the existence of the Garden of Eden, page 16 slash number 50, it's quite obvious that the Quran itself is very detailed about it. The fact that Allah brought the living things to Ish and taught him first the true and divine names of each bird, beast, and creepy thing can be proven very easily. Actually, most Quranic scholars that disagree to the existence of the Garden of Eden do not have any immutable history to support their belief. Of course, these are mostly the same Arabs who've been burying Egyptian, Sudanese, and African history for 1,500 years. Most of these scholars have no idea of the divine origin of Islam or that it took the angel Gabriel over 20 years to teach the Egyptian mystery system to Prophet Muhammad. The height of Muhammad's education was centered in the transliteration of the ancient mysteries into the Arabic language. To give pure truth into a pagan tongue, formerly accustomed to sales and poetry, is always a divine task. The Holy Prophet Muhammad reveals his angelic cultivation as being instructed to read. The high degrees called prophet is bestowed upon graduates of this first religious creed, with its corporate sacred universities being based in Kemet. This is how Muhammad, Moses, Solomon, Abraham, and Yehoshua, etc., acquired the angelic title of prophet. See religion. With this little tidbit in mind, it stands to reason the Quran's Garden of Eden may be a small African oversight by those who contrived the Septuagint. Yeah, right. The word garden alone defines the vast fertility of the land supplied by the four rivers. This geographical paradise is surrounding and centered in Africa's peninsula called Arabia today. Drali says the garden heart of Eden is where the holy city of Mecca is now. Question 53 to 54. Hold that thought. It is in the divine nature of all living animals, birds, beasts, fish, and creepy things to migrate in its cycle of life. The Holy Quran of Mecca simply refers to the origin of all migrations. The first migration for the presentation of these deities made flesh was before Ish, Prophet Adam, and he was taught their names each according to its nature, because Allah placed the spirit of migration in their nature. All animals in Central and Northeast Africa still migrate to this day. Man calls this migration the Great Serengeti. Hence, according to the unchanged book of truth, the Creator brought the animals to Ish, whereas in other records, accounts say differently. Ish's first job as a god to name every living thing. This was something no other angel other than Ish was able to do. This mighty migration is obedience to their Creator, used to run its course through what is called East Africa today. The birds and mammals seasonally ran a divinely chartered course from what is now Tanzania to Havilah, Saudi Arabia, or in staying in tune with our chapter from Eden to the Garden of Eden. Most people do not know that today's desert dunes of Arabia were once as fertile as a rainforest. The reason why Eden was paradise and full of peace was because all living things were feeding from the ether of their native plane. See Moore's Holy Quran, chapter 1. This was before the great fall. The fall was the beginning to the cycle of life enclosed between a birth and a death. It became known as the survival of the fittest, and the drama of dog eat dog became Maya's normality. Before the fall, the lion and the lamb would lay down together because there were no rulers, nor the rich lion, and no poor people or slaves, lambs. Moore's Holy Quran, chapter 46, 8. This was the horizon of the first civilization of Earth. Back to Arabia. Thanks for holding that thought. The first mention of a landmass in the Bible is Havilah, Genesis 2:11. Havilah meaning the absence of rain, as Eve is an human state and fallen name of the goddess Isha. Like so, Havilah is the fallen name for the garden. Havilah marks the origin of the earth's first desert, where fallen man, Adam, must till the ground for water to survive. Like the animals migrate, man became nomadic and earthbound, hence the name earthbound Asiatic. The rapid spread of the desert meant that the banishment of Eden's fertility. It grew west and southwest, consuming Havilah, then across the continent of Amexem, entire northern coast into the Moroccan coastland. The great drought inched from Ethiopia, Upper Egypt, and the Sudan westward to the Atlantic Oceans, turning rainforests and jungles into dunes of sand. Today, the world's largest desert spread halfway across the world's second largest continent. It's called the Great Sahara. To say the least, Eve should have left the damn apple alone. Today, the Sahara Desert is 3.5 million square miles of the African continent. It is so vast until Europeans call Africa, which is south of the Sahara, the sub-Sahara. From the size of Sahara, Allah wasn't exactly pleased when he foreclosed on his first homeowners. After all, man is the pride of his creation. I mean, the Sahara is still growing. Man's inharmony between the universal and natural order of things upset his spiritual apple cart, so to speak. This means he lost his conscious powers of being Lord of the kingdom of the soul and of the plane of things made manifest. He had been able to travel at will through all forms of life and to all worlds. He was one with the Creator, and all creations were his lofty estate. But he lost it, to say the least. When God cursed the ground because of what Adam and Eve had committed, Genesis 3:17, he was teed off big time. Either level you look at it, Eden or those human bodies of mud have been suffering from the ego ever since. Drali said, people left the Garden of Eden and died by the thousands, but it was the Sefarian Moors who were able to traverse the desert and go into other parts of the world to inhabit. This explains why the Moors were the first to arrive and civilize the continental landmass known as Asia. Meanwhile, the Greeks have hoodwinked the Christian world and left them hanging on how did the children of Adam and Eve go off and marry, having already known their wives. And with this, I turn the meeting over to Dr. Hatshepsut Tutankhamun Bey, Islamism.
Islam, gratitude, rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our Prophet, honor to our E.A.R.S class this morning, and to all those that open up our meeting according to law. Honor to Act One and to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Moorish America. The garden of the soul that man cannot see. The true center, eastward, is beyond carnal thinking, reasoning, and moral understandings. These latter things can quickly form a body of desires, a character of friendly fire, which enlightened masterminds call the ego. Drew Ali calls it simply the lower self. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 3. It is this sluggish will which caused the fall of man. This fallen state is known today as fallen humanity. Man, spirit man, was given a soul so he could function on the plane of soul. The actions of the soul are the gifts of thinking, reasoning, willing, and understanding. When man lost control of these gifted servants, he fell from his natural state of godliness. Without using a lot of words to dress up this event, the fall of man merely means man lost his mind. The lower self is also called the devil because it is only the ungodly thoughts from selfishness which one personally desires. In actuality, the devil is merely the same unattended and uncultivated garden man was created with from the get-go. Remember, it was the devil which caused Isha to later be called Eve by her husband Adam. It should be noted the Greek-based Christian philosophies, as well as certain Islamic teachings, most scholars and followers are taught the devil, parentheses Iblis, and Satan, parentheses Shaitan, are some evil mystic forces which exist outside of man himself. In fact, there are thousands of drawn images of what the devil looks like. Usually it's some greatly distorted figure of a man, an object to which to cast stones, or a scapegoat from among the masses. Yet when anyone sincerely looks for the devil or Satan, these evils are always found behind the acts, deeds, and plots of people. Man is the only source of the devil. It lives in the heart of man, himself. However, from the Greeks' version of Adam and Eve, the devil is seen as a snake or piece of fruit, all of which are on the outside of man. Satan is the actual transmitting, outward enactment or manifesting one's former, parentheses, private, devilish thoughts. Satan is the world of duality, and Maya caged in the material world that plays games of consciousness received by the five human senses. Carnal men seek to trick other carnal men by what they think, perhaps, is truth, but is not. These tricks of illusions, keeping the God men from cultivating their garden, is called Satan going to and fro the earth, seeking whom he may devour. Question number 75. In the beginning, when fallen humanity, parentheses Adam and Eve, had developed a use for time, man was cast out of the garden and went into Asia. Not good. Sharif Abdul Ali calls this degree to the attention of all Moorish Americans. He said, "We are the children of Adam and Eve, Asiatics and Muslims." Question number 57. This is a straight path they must follow, meaning we all must conquer self to once again return to the garden, the grace of Allah. See prayer. The Muslims call this garden paradise. The Hebrew call it heaven. The Gurus call it bliss. The Jews call the garden the kingdom of God. Either way, man must have the knowledge of self to know the one great God. The garden is the only place where man and Allah meet. Question number 4. This is why the Mahatmas say the only thing between man and God is his ego. The hymn in the garden. Oppressed Muslim slaves in the plantations of America first signed the old Negro spiritual in the garden. As written in the chapter Religion, there are many of these songs containing Islamic sciences allegorically sung in Christian English. Often the history of their God and forefathers, as well as inherent prophecies, was placed into the words of Negro spirituals. The song, In the Garden, is an excellent example of how the Islamic wisdom of the Moors has been secretly translated from Africa to America within all the allegoric splendor of the English language. Verse 1, I come to the garden alone, while the dew is still on the roses, and the voice I hear falling on my ear, the Son of God discloses. Refrain. And he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. Verse 2, he speaks, and the sound of his voice is so sweet the birds hush their singing, and the melody that he gave to me within my heart is ringing. Verse 3, I'd stay in the garden with him, though the night around me be falling, but he bids me go through the voice of woe. His voice to me is calling. Note the lines, I come to the garden alone when the dew was still on the roses. This line shows the pure, unmixed God state of Ish. There was nothing eastward in Africa but God, as Allah, and the African man as one, even before Isha, the helpmate. Needful to say, when I came to the garden alone, there were no Europeans or evil there. Yet the dew is the first waters on earth spewing up, forming the wondrous Nile. The word still reflects the harmonious, peaceful, and heavenly condition that exists when man and God are one. The roses represent all living things created by Allah, receiving their original attributes. There are no roses without thorns, so the serpent is also a part of this garden oneness. And the voice I hear whispering in my ear shows Ish's will was in tune with his creator, and he could hear the still small voice of his creator. He heard the voice of reason and saw with the eye of soul. And he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own. Here, the word walks demonstrates the great works of civilization and divine order being performed. One's walk always leaves footprints of words, works, and deeds clearly cut, so that all others will know God has gone this way. Those walks with Allah during the creation of the original man is what today's realization of the God state of man is unfolding to. Today's progresses of man still stand. The reader can now interpret the rest of the song in the garden. Islam. So at this time, we want to turn the meeting back into the hands of our host instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shedu Amenti, and Mohammed Shep Suel. Islam.
Islam and Islamism. Gratitude for that grand reading, Moorish American Muslims. Scribes, a very powerful demonstration. And the chairman set everything out right there, to give our people some clarity, because most of our people have no knowledge, especially when we talk about transliterating certain things. They don't know that if you have a measure revealed by the great God Allah, this is not just some history book. So, of course, when you have man coming up with what man create, and everything it is that he bring forth, in most cases, if one is not being guided, by that special text, then they're going to come up with all types of things, which is why the European concept of science is always changing. And it's never fixed. It's always going into something else. So we give honors again for the reading from our families. Want to give honors to all of those who may be viewing us. And in fact, let me do this real quick. Just give me 1 second. Let me mute myself out. Okay, I just basically copied this link, and I'm gonna post this demonstration manually real quick to make sure that our family can get this. And I got to go and renew on the subscription on this here too, so I get that done after this particular session. And I just have to post this manually right now. Well, look like I'm gonna have to. 1 second here. Okay, so there we have it. Yeah, we got it up there. And so what we're gonna do is if the Moors are observing, the scribes, you can actually go on my page. And I'm just sharing this to main pages that have links in that links up with other different groups. And then we will, if you see it, you can do the same thing, Morris Ken. You can share it, if you will, while I'm demonstrating certain measures. We're going to actually have an open class because we want to see what it is that we are able to identify with when it comes to dealing with these different signs and symbols and so forth and so on. So, yeah, this is going to be a grand class this morning, grand session. Okay, one more, and then we can proceed. Just want to make sure it's in those main groups that I know our people are chiming into. Try to send it as a whole measure. We already showed you that we got ones most definitely shadow banning, but nevertheless, we still able to reach the masses as the great God Allah see fit. Okay, so yeah, that's good right there. So what I'm gonna do now, all right, we got family tuning in. Peace and love, Sister Cena Renee's apartment stab. We give honors to your grand rising sister. And also honors to our brother Jeff Billingzell, honors to our family for checking in. Peace and love, family. Peace and love. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up. We're going to start off. We're going to just jump right into it. So we actually going to be calling on our Moorish kin, and see how well that we have trained our eye to see certain things. And we'll go deep into the depths of these because that's what this whole measure is about, us becoming more familiar. Because the more familiar we become with these different expressions that we call indicators, like some people know as determinatives, the better off we will be when it comes to dealing with the transliteration of the text. So let me open this window real quick here. And I guess I'll go ahead and share the whole screen. That way I ain't got to be running around all over the place. Islam. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to share my system audio. All right. And Islam, Sister Sasha Bay as well. Honors to you all for tuning in. Okay, so here we go. Right here. And this is just, a random scroll through to basically show our family that is looking, what we call Medu Re En Kmt or Heretic. And we want to call on some of our scribes, to see as far as where we are along the way when it comes to pointing out these certain symbols, which all of them in all essence, has been included in what they call the sign list. But the main measure is that these things that identify as what we call indicators, or some people know as determinatives, we want to get our family to identify what they see here, and then we can see if we can actually locate these things. This is just a definitely an adept expression of the session indeed. So this is all about the eyes. It ain't an aspect of dealing with, a right or wrong measure, so to speak. This is just trying to see how far we have come along the way. So without further ado and delay, we want to open up the floor to our scribes and see what it is that they identify here. And we're going to be working together and bringing these measures on the manifest. Remember, family, there's nobody out there teaching this, and nor do they even have a methodology. Not like the one that we brought up in order to train our eyes to be able to see this. So Islam, you can unmute, family, one at a time, and we can see what it is that our family identify. We can go look for it. But what is it that you can see with your eye definitively, and you can say what it is, and we can go to the signs and be able to vet this demonstration. Islam.
Islam, you want us to um, identify a particular
Yes, sir.
like
Whatever.
you mean like in the first line, well, the line two, the
Okay.
first from the right going to left, or well, the second character right there.
Okay.
Well, that's a bilateral. We have to go into the actual tools to identify what it actually says. I mean, like, of
Right.
course,
Now,
go ahead.
right. No, what I was going to say is that's right. You identified that right. What we want to do, right, brother scribe, is that we want to try to identify one that we actually not only do we know that it's a indicator, because you correct, that is an indicator. In fact, right in front of that, that is snare, right? But we want to identify something that we exactly can tell you, okay, well, this is that, and this goes to this particular sign. You see what I'm saying?
Islam.
So identify the indicator, but can you see it and then also tell us, well, this is this in the indication, what they call determinant.
It's kind of difficult for me to understand what you're actually saying. I could see that
In other
A.
words,
Well, go ahead.
let me help you out, good brother. For example, is there any sign in here that you can see? You see that you identify with as being an indicator. And then you can also say, well, this is the sign that they use when you go into what they call the sign list. This is what they're trying to depict. When you go in the Gardenian sign list,
Right.
this particular heratogram corresponds with that particular measurement. Can you identify any sign in here on that level?
Okay,
You
I'll
know,
tell you what. I'm gonna let one of the other scribes come forth because I've been playing catch up. But
okay,
let me just see where they come from. Islam.
Islam. But you, like I say, you were right in being able to identify that, but being able to identify it, like I say, where can you see it being linked up to the thing? This is just testing our eyes, family. We're not expecting our family to know all of these things right now. We just doing a test. Islam. All right. Islam. Yes,
Islam,
right. Islam, Grand National Secretary of State.
Islam, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. That is the first one that I was looking at as Dr. Edwards Bay did, that second symbol on the right. But when you said, okay, identify, all right, I'm let that one go. I'm going further down the line. In the middle of line 2, that looks like a upside down U or a house or what have you.
Okay, let me know where to stop
Keep
at.
going. Right there. Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Now, that can possibly look like an H, but also I've seen this symbol, if I'm reflecting correctly, PR or house or something like that.
Islam. Now, Islam, that's correct. And that's what we're talking about right there. We ain't telling our people to go through and find all the signs. You pick that out, and now we finna vet what you said. To show the people that we are most definitely advancing in this. And like we say, there's no other people out there going in depth like we are with this instruction. And this, the only reason our Grand Secretary of the State and scribe can see this, because she's been doing the work. She's been putting in the work. So let me show you what she's referring to here, family. This is how we do this. This also gives us the opportunity, as well, to learn how to go further, deeper into the vetting. So what you would do in order to find what it is that she described it as a house. And I identified as being the same as what she said it is. That's why I say it's correct. So you say, how you can say it's correct and you ain't, we finna show you what we talking about right now. So give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go here. And all of these things cause these symbols, you know, and the heratogram, so to speak, the equivalence of them to be embedded in our consciousness. What I'm trying to demonstrate is a working knowledge on bringing us into the understanding of what it is that we are demonstrating here. Okay, give me 1 second here. Here it is right here. All right. And they are going into the floor plan, but they actually refer to this as prayer, and we're going to show that to you in a minute. Want to show you the many different forms of it. In certain things, yes, they call this house. Anybody know anything about Kemet know this. And most of the time, you'll see them try to put those symbols that correspond closely to each other together, even in the sign list, if you ever paid attention to it. So let me blow this up a little bit so that our audience can see this. Now, you see, this is the old kingdom, the 4th dynasty. Then we have the old kingdom, 5th dynasty. And we see all the different changes in here with this particular symbol. And our Grand National Secretary of State gave you not only the aspect of it being the house, but she also gave you the transliteration of it. And they have many different forms, all the way up into, let's see, woo, they got a lot of different changes in that demonstration. It looked like the Hebrew letter Hey right there. The Grand Secretary of the State was mentioning the H look to it. But let's go. Goodness gracious. This thing here came all the way up to the first. I don't think I've never seen one that came this far. This came all the way up to the 1st century AD. Have y'all seen one this early, Moors, and all y'all looking this? I think this is the first time I seen one come this far.
No.
Yeah, that's wow. So that demonstration got a long lineage in it, right? So now let us go over here, and this is how we will go back to what we were speaking of earlier. So look like this is 01. So we're gonna go to 01 here and see if we can find this in our molar tube. See what happened, what pop up for us. Let me make sure that's the right thing now. Is it 01 or is it 01? Because we know it's up here. If not, we're gonna have to find a different name that it's under. Definitely should be there. Wait a minute, let me see something here. Let's see if it worked this way. Up, not there. So look like they have a different name. Let's try this thing.
Did you put in the alphabetic O or
Yes,
0?
ma'am. I put in the alphabetic O. I'm finna see it this way because we may be able to hit it this way. And it'll give us the sign. I'm gonna go with this and see what happened. See if this pull anything up for us by going through 240. That's a whole different measure there. Okay, so we'll put this in the front and see what happened then. Nope, it don't pull it there. So this is one of them cases where we're gonna end up having to go about this another route, and I'm glad that this is on the manifest. Because normally, when we pull this special drawing up, it takes us right to what we're looking for. So we know that this actually is there, but what I'm gonna do it this way. Actually, I'll go here because this is one of the ones that actually have it. It's another way to go about this thing, Morris Ken. Let's see. We can actually do it like this here. Where's that little there? Go right there. I'm looking for my little search box right here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, there we go, right there. Okay, so they actually have it there.
Islam?
They say they're giving the same Unicode as 01 again. Why is it not pulling it up? Go ahead, Brother Marvin Evans Bay.
Yeah, yeah. I also saw it in Gardenia's list.
Now it look like it's hidden it.
Okay.
Ain't that something? Y'all seen me put that in there twice, right? And I literally put 01, 01, and it didn't come up. Now it's coming up. So there it is. You see it?
Islam. Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure my screen sharing. Yeah, I'm talking about some. Well, we already know. But I literally hit that twice. 01 and 01. And it didn't come up until the end. And sometimes, though, that tool will do that. Sometimes
the
you have to hit
database.
it. Huh?
Yeah, the database. You know what I mean? It may take time to get to it.
Yeah, to load up. They'll load up. You're right. So sometimes you have to hit it a couple of times. I know that to do that in the past. You know, that I was just suspecting after the second time it come up, but I have known it to stall a little bit too, though. But nevertheless, we got it here, and it's exactly what our Grand National Secretary of the State said it was. You see, and so, well, it's 01. At least we know that's the Unicode for it, and the item number is actually 340. But here, I don't know if that's a mistake or not. Look like they may have been off on the number here. You see? Because 240 is something else, but this is 340.
No, but if you look at the MDC in the corner where the gray's at, it says 01.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about now,
Oh.
Body, because we found it. I hit it then. I'm talking about right here in the number. And I'm going to test this by going to the next one. So this is 240, but it says 340 over here. You see? Right there.
Okay.
In the item number. See, that's the number 340. Okay, Sister Curtis Bay, go ahead.
Yes, and Dr. Shahid, I run into that same problem when I was finishing my homework. It'll have a different number up there, like what you just said. It'll have a different number, but it'll have like the 01, but it'll have the different what you call it, the heretic number. And I run into that same problem. So what do that mean? Do that mean?
Well, no, it just mean they typed in the wrong number by mistake. And that's what I'm finna vet right here, right now. Just using a random symbol.
Okay.
I'm finna see if this right here, or they could have their own numbering system too. But normally they should correspond with each other.
Yeah, the coup has one numbering system, and the Unicode has a different one, right?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would think that they should be exactly right, because the Unicode should correspond with Unicode no matter where it is. Right. Normally they don't change it, but we finna see real quick. I'm finna see if this one corresponds with that. Because we already found what we're looking for. We just seeing, because that way in future, if we run across this, we know what we're dealing with. Islam.
Right.
Okay, so let me come over here and see what this 150 gives us when we go up to the number. If it's different, then like I said, they may have a different system, but in most cases, the Unicode is the same. Let's see. We never go by the number system a lot of times. See, like it didn't pull nothing. Probably cause of this here too. Let me get that out of there. It didn't pull nothing up though.
Which number are we looking for? Is it 240 or 1?
Yeah, I'm looking for 150 right now because I'm using a random number to see, can I pull this up?
Oh.
Let's see here. I'm using a random number to see, can it be pulled up in the system and what it's going to pull up basically. Because sometimes you can use the number to pull up. Like for example, if I hit right here, 340, it should bring us back to what it is we were just on, which it did. You see what I'm saying? 340 brought us back here. I'm
Islam.
gonna just hit something real quick and just do this. Let's just say 102 and see what happened. 102 brought this up. Okay, so let's see. Again, 150. See what it did. A few minutes ago, looked like we got a hit then. See, that 150 is definitely different. Yeah, it's different from the other. So, and this is the hieratic number. So, that's something that we're gonna have to look into, but it ain't a big issue. It ain't a big deal because we can find it by this portion, in the Unicode, the letter and the number. But I'm just saying right here, normally when they have these numbers here, they should correspond with the same thing that the other sign does. But we seeing something that's close to the same number. That's what's really making me say that, they possibly could have put that demonstration in there. But then when you're seeing it ain't a match there, that's a whole nother measure. And I'll go into that and vet that out. But we did find it after we hit it again under the 01 after the third time we hit it. And so it is what the Grand National Secretary of State said it is. And as we scroll down through here, we'll find another here, same thing. Consistently, we see the same thing. And Grand Secretary of State, did you say PRI?
I said PR.
Okay, PR. I just wanted to make sure because I was finna say that's here, right here. I don't know why I thought I heard that. So also, when you see it speak of Pert M Heru, for example, this is Pert Heru. See it right here? It's the same symbol, but then they added, this Heru in the middle. This is actually Heru here. You see? At least in this form. This is the indicator of it, but so this is how it looks there. Then if we go up, they also have a symbol here and look like they was reaching here. So I want to be careful with this one. I wouldn't be so quick to jump and change it up to Saba, Sebekt, or Sebeket, because this is like they almost was getting ready to try to make the symbol the same because of the shape, but then it's not really at there, like they trying to push it there. You see that there? You can see how they would normally try to make that the same type of letter, but they actually didn't go forward with it.
Yeah,
And
like
this is the
that was
only
saying.
little letter you see here, and it don't look nothing like this stuff up here. See what I'm saying? Even though they're trying to make a connection between that particular demonstration, and that's 032, by the way. And then what is 340 tier? That's a whole nother thing for research as well. Islam. So any statements on that, Moorish Ken, scribes, and a grand drawing Grand National Secretary of the State? You did a good job on. I'm talking about just went in there with the eye of Heru.
That's a law, not
That's
me.
right. That's right. That's right. That is a law. You sure right. Man. Okay, Islam scribes. Anybody have anything that they would like to suggest, or maybe you have some knowledge on these other aspects here? Dealing with the other number that's there. And this just may be the Aku number. We can look at it like that right there. At least we can chop it up to that now until we get further insight. So Islam scribes, anything it is y'all would have to say before we open it up so that y'all can go back into this demonstration just to identify one measure.
I got one question.
Go ahead, Sister Curtis.
So if we typed in the 240, would it come up to that same house, or what would happen if we typed in the 240?
Yeah, that's what we tried to do earlier, and it didn't let us hit. Now if we get a magical situation and it let us get 240 and it pull it up, but it's showing it on the 340. You see what I'm saying? We're gonna see what we can get under this again. I'm gonna hit it, search, nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So it's coming up on the 340.
Right. So if we put it under that heretic number, won't nothing happen there to you? Let me see.
Right. That's what I did earlier. I actually went here. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I hit the item number and the numeral. Let's do that.
Okay. Let's
And
see
I'm
if
pretty sure that it ain't gonna come up as the same thing, but it will identify what this 240 actually is if it pull it up.
it
Okay,
appears.
so let's see if it got a hit. Yeah, yep, it did the same thing. It went back to the same thing I hit when I pulled it up under the other number aspect.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That
that
little,
one looked like
yeah,
a
the little
crocodile.
lizard. Yeah, lizard, crocodile, you know,
Lizard,
What's
reptilian.
that? I say? I saw?
What you say, brother Marvin Edwards Bay?
Yeah, what does that say? Asa? Or something?
Yeah, that's
Asa?
basically what it say. That's
Okay.
ASA. Well,
Yeah,
it's actually Asha.
Asha.
Yeah, see the S and H right there?
Okay, Asha. Okay.
Yeah, Asha.
Asha.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, Asha. That's it. But and that's good to know. But as we can see, that 240 is giving us different. If we looking at, that's why I say it may be that this is just a molar number that
Okay.
they are having. You know, just counting them down or whatever the case may be. You know,
Okay.
so all is well. They may have their own numbering system, but we were able to find this. That's the grand drawing. You know,
It's
here
not.
they calling it house, floor plan, but certain time they just call it a house.
Right.
Is
You see,
Islam?
Islam. Go ahead,
Yeah.
brother.
So that 240, that's not a cool number. I mean, did we?
No, sir. No, sir. That's why I said don't even really. We're gonna always stick with this like we always
That's
have.
MDC.
Huh?
Okay. The O1 is the MDC number, and the 240 is a different category.
Yes, sir. I believe that's just Molar's number. I mean,
Well,
Aku's number.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is
Yeah.
a cruise number because I saw
Yeah, I
that
believe that's
before.
their way of categorizing what it is that they have. That's all. You know, and in fact, let me see here. I'm gonna go down here to 240 and see that they run this like in numbers. Unless it is the molar number. Because you know Molar had they sign list as well. But it would have popped up in the molar too though, if that was the case, right? So that can't be the case. Nevertheless, like I say, all I can chop it up to right now is that it's definitely Aku, but it's no bearing on the letter, long as we can continue to trace it through the Unicode that's here. You see, and this is O1, so we was able to trace it back there. Praise be to Allah. All right. Any other questions before we open it up to go a little further and find some more of these special drawings? Islam? No question? Okay. Let's go back to the document. All right. I made a mistake and closed that up too more. Didn't try to do that on purpose. Okay. The entire screen. All right. Now don't go to locking up on me now. Okay. There we go. Okay, Islam. So here we have it here. And now that I'm looking at the audience, our website address is MoorishAmericanGovernment.land, Sister Renee. Islam. Okay, let me go back to where we were. Pull up our document. Okay, Islam. So now that we have it up in front of us again, scribes, can you see anything in here that you can positively identify with
Islam.
Islam?
I see on the well, one that jumped out to me was line 4,
This line here, right?
Line 4, the sixth one over. No, it's got it on. It says 2, 3, 4 on the right hand side.
Okay, right here. I got you. I see it right there. Got you.
And then the fourth one over where it looks like a boot. That's what they would have, or the leg. That's
Right.
that's the B right there.
Right. That's correct. Okay, but now we know that's a regular alphabet. We want you to find an indicator or determinative.
A determinative.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one that's, even though all of those are included in the sign list, you know, and if we wanted to get technical, we say all of them are determinatives. You know, we know you can identify this because this is alphabet. We mainly trying to find those particular drawings that actually represent a determinative. Like we know this is one, for example.
Yeah.
You know, but we want to go and actually pull out, you know, the definition. Like I would say, for example, this is mirror.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You see, and if you're familiar with that, then you know that's mirror. And now let me show you how I know. Watch this. I will go here. All this is doing, like I said, is just training, you know, our eyes for it. It just jump out at us once we go to looking at it. It's a couple of more in there that I see as well. But I did that because I figure all of us know that particular one. So let's scroll through here. We're going to find, you know, the indicator that is there. Because basically we're trying to get to a point where we can utilize straight heratograms. And we don't even have to make reference back to this. That's what we're trying to train our eyes for. You know, and that's where we become more adept. Islam, Brother Marvin, that was bad as I scroll. Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
brother.
Well, yeah, I know Dr. Hesepsu and maybe Dr. Dendra. You know, I mean, they have gone through the better than lessons. They probably be more apt at that. That's just my point, because you have to go through and vet it to get to that point to be able to recognize what the name and stuff is.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, but we can't put all the burden on our goddesses, you know, to do that work. You know what I mean? We got to aid in the system.
Islam. That's absolutely.
Yes, sir. Let's see here. This is what I was more going towards. They got a couple of different shapes in here. I'm trying to pull them all up so that we'll know the difference between all of them. But I'm going with that one that I seen as the mirror itself. Mirror. Okay, so I think that's all of them dealing with those particular shapes. See, we knew the one the Grand Secretary of the State had was one. Okay. And you'll see why I chose mirror despite all of these. Let's see. Different shapes here. I think that was it. We know that ain't it, but I'm gonna put that in there anyway since it's still in the shape of this triangle.
I saw one that kind of like a X8. I don't know what that was actually.
Yeah, I selected that one. I got it in here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just hitting mainly all the ones that got the you know, the perfect triangle shape. That way when we go through here, you know, we can point them out and show you why I chose the one I chose. And we will actually go in there and look for them. So yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, I think I exhausted all of those. Okay. And they use that word a lot. Y'all will agree with me that they use the word mirror a lot, right?
Yes.
Islam.
And almost everything described in Morse or beloved.
Yep. And every time, and it's either dealing with love or overseers and all of that type of demonstration. I was told
Even mirror.
Islam. Okay, so we can see some similarity here, right? This is one aspect. I want to go to the husband before I actually go to the wording of it. That way we know. Okay, here's one here. This is the one I'm more banking on. You see, the actual mirror in reference to the building or the monument, as we can see it right here. But you got to be careful, because we can see easily how these things can be confused between each other, right?
Right.
Now, these here, we already know, obviously. Let's see. Now, we can actually X this one off the list because it ain't nothing there that look that way. Here, we can also get rid of this, which I knew that right there before I put it in there. We have this symbol. If you look closely, you know, if you ain't careful, you can kind of see that there's some similarity between this particular symbol and this one up here. You see? And it's also, you also seen one here in a similar shape to it too down there. I'm talking about that elongation that's at the bottom of the delta. Y'all see that?
Islam, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And probably because of the particular dynasty too. That might cause it.
Well, yeah, that could be a thought, right? The only problem with that is that I would say, in some aspects, I think that those who were vetting the letters could have been placing, you know, these letters in these areas based on their shape, and they ended up placing some of the same letters that were in the other area there as well. You see what I'm saying? Like right here, for example.
Right, right.
You know, when you go here and you go there, I'm saying that because you got to take that type of stuff with a grain of salt, so to speak, because
Islam.
it can throw you off. You can see how this can throw you off if you ain't careful, right?
That's right. Yep.
You know, and we know all of these are different letters, and we're gonna go into that in a minute. But I just want to show you, you know, we really have to thoroughly vet these things. See it right there again?
Yes, sir.
You know,
Yep.
that's the Middle Kingdom 12th dynasty, right?
Right.
Okay, and then we can look at the New Kingdom 18th dynasty. We can see all of them, all these particular measures here. The most of them can be mistaken
Hmm.
for some of the measures up here.
Right.
You see? But commonly knowing that mirror is always there, this wouldn't be it. Here, let me see. This is M44. Let's see what our transliteration is. M44. Let's see what we get out of this here. Uh-oh, don't y'all go right. Let me get this out of here. Because that can also be a
Yeah,
problem too if we
you
already
said
got
it.
something in there. There we go. Okay, so let's see what this has. See, this is not mirror. See how I was telling you?
Right.
I
Sir.
know that that's not
Sir.
mirror there. I know that. See,
Spit.
this is socket. But if you ever seen socket, you've seen this before. Now that you're seeing it now, this is just refreshing. So what we can see here, though, that gives us a distinction. Now that we're looking at the multitude, this is more elongated. You see that?
Right. That
Is
angle,
long.
that top angle
Yeah.
is different.
Yes.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
long.
Yeah.
Instead of just being a straight triangle,
Right.
it look
Yeah.
more like a spike.
I
Right.
forgot what I forgot what kind of triangle that is. That's a triangle, but the angle is less than the 360 or however they
Yes,
do
sir.
it.
Now this one here, actually, you know, basically would look somewhat triangular, but you can still see the extension on it. So, in other words, we showing that the differentiation between the mirror of what we're referring to, it ain't gonna be stretched all the way up like this here. In most cases, you're gonna see it looking more like a triangle or a pyramid. Which this is pyramidal too, but this is more spikish. It's elongated. So that elongation should be able to let you know, no, this is septal. Septal. You see?
It's on. Yes, it's not in like a proportioned pyramid.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so that's good that we know that that's M44. So now let us go to the other symbols that we have. Actually, next up is this one. And this is what, 610 in the number, but we going with 024. So 024, let's see what we get out of this. Get a miss. Let's see what we get. Okay, see what I'm saying?
Results.
I hit it spot on mirror, right? You see it?
Oh
Yeah.
yes, sir. That's correct. I mean, of
Yes,
course,
sir. Yes, sir.
I was muted
That-
because I was saying yeah, right, yeah.
oh yeah, it's love. And so you can see these things here. And the way you put them together, like I said, we can kind of get thrown off if we don't know this though. But this is the mirror symbol. And in most cases, when you see that symbol, let me go back to where we were. When you see that symbol right there, and in fact, you can even see the little portion coming off to the side here. And let's go back to the mirror again. Just that little piece right there, even though some of the others got a similar aspect of it. But we can go over here and see it being expressed. See the little piece coming off of it? See it right here? Let's blow it up. You see it? Even though they stroke with a little, try to put a little calligraphic style in it. You see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this one right here, which is more like actually cursive hieroglyph, if you ask me,
Hmm. Okay.
than the hieratic. This is the hieratogram, and this would be like a cursive hieroglyph, if you ask me.
Hmm.
But here's another expression, look like the cursive hieroglyph expression as well, but it's still going in the same line with the letter. But yeah, we most definitely see that it is this shape right here.
Wow.
You see?
And in that next box, you can actually see that R shape.
Yeah, to my right here. Yep,
Yes. Yep.
yep. That's exactly it. And that's basically what they are doing.
Okay.
They actually put
Okay.
on this one here is more like the top part of the R, or the bottom part, so to speak, where they put
Just a
it the
little
little hoop.
section,
I would say the bottom part.
part of it.
You see? And so that's where they getting a mirror in all when they breaking it down. So let's see here. Again, like we
I'm looking
said,
at.
that's mirror. Go ahead, brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Yeah, I was looking at the strokes. You know what I mean? Like it's like
Hmm.
you go up and down for the top part. That's one, and like the bottom part is like yeah, like that um, R. You know what I mean? It's like a sideways V with the hooks on it.
Right. And
To
they
go
even
to
did
the
it here, even though they got it open ended at the top.
right.
It's still the same thing. See, if we go into see it here, that's actually the oldest, and that's what they did. They put the oldest first, and they
Mm-hmm.
put it there like that, but then in a more perfected expression, which we seen this here what our Grand Secretary of the State was speaking of too.
Right.
And we
Right.
see also this particular portion here, and as we go on further down into it, like I say, you can definitely see that connection.
Like that one in the 12th dynasty, like that R is more pronounced to me. Like what the Grand Secretary was speaking on. And
Yeah.
that's a,
Uh-huh.
I mean,
And
from
you gonna
the one
see
that we're
stuff like
accustomed.
that.
Pardon?
Nah, saying you gonna see it like that, and that's why it's good. Because
Mm-hmm.
most likely when you see that R, it's always gonna look like that,
Right.
but then in a half form being connected to that other portion,
Mm-hmm.
we can see it as well. In
Right.
fact, this is basically similar to this up here. This just has a whole expression of the R. This has more
Right.
like that bottom piece,
Yes, sir.
hook it on to the top piece, you know. So
Writing carriers.
right, right.
Well,
In
that's
most
a shame.
cases, that's what you would see mirror. But like I said, when you look at all of these, they got some similarities there, that will kind of go into if you're looking at them, they'll throw you off a little bit. This one here, like I say, we ruled that one out, we ruled this one out, and then we pull this one up, and so this one is similar. Let's go look up what this is saying here. Okay, this is X8. Let's see. And see what we get out of this, what we can pull up over here. Let me reset it real quick. Okay, there we go. X and 8. Let's do the search and see what letter we get here, or what word we get here, rather. Okay. Yeah, and this looks like this is actually G.
G. Okay, I see it better now.
Here, but then it's like D here. So is it D or G? G. Which one? G. You know? Okay, so we can see a similar thing. Only difference is we see it going off a little further on this side, so it kind of distinguishes it from the other. But then we see one here, look like it's going off to that side. And like I say, this can be molar in his identifying these particular signs and trying to group them up. It could be an error on his part. You see what I'm saying? Because you got signs here that look like signs in other areas, and it's questionable.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Just like those different depictions and those numbers underneath, those are also the different. Could they be different papyri?
Well, yeah, well, it represent probably lines in the different papyri. Like when you go in the search, I'm gonna hit this real quick and show you what I'm talking about, because the different papyri is already noted up there at the top.
Right.
But I'm gonna show you what I mean when I say different lines. Didn't nobody ask y'all to open up? What are y'all doing?
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Right.
Okay, here you go right here. So this is your actual papyri.
Right.
But I would say that these things will more likely be the lines within the papyri. Are certain. It look like. See it here?
Okay, the 15th and the 10th dynasty, is that 15th and 10th dynasty or what? Not.
What, to my right here?
The numbers, does that indicate the dynasty? Some
Yeah,
of them
but
do.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but I wanted you to see that these are the different papyri lines here.
Yeah, the different
Yeah, and
people
then
that
you got
discovered
yeah,
certain
and then you
papyri,
got
right?
right. Then you got your dynasty here, right?
Right.
And then it goes over. But then what I'm saying is, in some of these particular, because this is the whole dynasty right here, dynasty 18. I'm saying that these are probably lines in the papyri, most likely. See what I'm saying? Like how we went into one and said line 1, line 2, line 3.
Right. There's different strokes.
This is the papyri, right? This is the papyri. This is the dynasty that all of these signs come in, and these would be like line 1, line 2. See
And
what I'm
so the
saying?
number, so the name up top is the
This the
person
papyri.
that transferred.
Yep, that's right. Who they named it after, right? Or place, because they name it after places too.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually in what you call it, German. But we also have the English version of it when you go and look it up and have it like the different papyri. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is your papyri, and this again is your dynasty. But in the dynasty, look like these would be lines within the papyri. Like if you got this P.
Okay.
Rollin papyri, then you got lines in there. Okay, this is line 16. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
For example, like we did here, just to make it even more plain. See how they got the lines over here?
Right, those are numbers. Yeah.
And
Oh,
see
yeah, the
how
different lines. Okay, I
yeah,
see what
these
you're
are
saying.
different lines. You see what I'm talking about?
Okay, so
And then you got this down here to the bottom. But what I'm saying is that as you go through them, you probably find these alphabets in the lines that they put the number there.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Islam, Now that we demonstrated that measure, are there any more questions or comments? You ready to go and see if our scribes can find something else there? I see one that's jumping out on me right now, but I ain't gonna try to do all of them.
I see one, I think.
Go ahead, Sister Curtis
Uh,
Bay. What you
and
see?
that's line two. You see that
Okay.
little thing come over? Let's see, one, two,
I
three.
believe you probably finna hit what I was talking about. Is it which
You-
way? Am I going left or right from here?
Take your cursor. I see your cursor now.
That's
Take your
three.
cursor up to line two, right
Okay.
above there. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Go to your right. Yeah, go on over. Yeah, that way. Uh-huh. Right in there.
Okay. So it's which one of these?
That one right there. Right there.
This one?
No, the next one. Right there.
This one?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And what is that you think it is, sis?
It looked like the
Remember, you want to be able to positively identify it because we know it's a indicator, but can you positively identify?
it looked
You
like
know,
the P I mean the F and
right?
the F in the is that the A? No, wait a minute. The F in the huh.
W.
Is that
Yep.
a
That's what
W?
I was finna
F
say.
and
It
W?
could be
Okay.
full.
Yeah,
F,
It
after the
could be
F,
full.
W, where? Something like that.
yeah, that's,
No, it will be full.
Fool. I
Remember,
mean,
W is
my bad.
yeah,
substituted with
yeah,
U.
Right, I was going backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, full.
Fool.
food.
Fool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So,
how do we look up the Unicode for it though?
okay, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna go to it and see if this is what it is that you've stated. Because some of these measures, like I was showing earlier, we end up having to go to the dictionary if we have to, but we don't have to go to the dictionary necessarily. We're gonna do this real quick and see what we can get out of here. You say this is the F, right? And
Uh-huh.
this is the W, right?
Right.
Together. So
Right.
that would be a biliteral or triliteral.
Right.
Bye.
Okay,
Right.
that's right. I just wanted, I
Yeah,
just
right
wanted
there.
to ask
Yeah.
you.
I'm sorry. I'm jumping in too much. Sorry.
No, you all right. You all
That's all
right.
right.
All is
Yeah.
well.
We in
All
this
is
thing
this is
together.
open discussion. Okay. So let me go
So
back
you're trying
over
to get
here.
to the database, right?
Say that again.
Now I'm saying you're trying to go. To, oh, you're trying to go to the coup.
Oh, I ain't
Okay.
got no problem getting to the database, but I'm
Yeah.
just trying to go up here now, and we're gonna
Fine.
go and see if we can find what our sister Curtis Bay was speaking of, because she say this is the letter F and W, right?
Right.
As
Yes.
you added it on anyway to it.
Your brother
So
Evans Baby helped me out there. Got me out
that's
here
right.
where you are.
That's right.
We helping each other out.
I know, right?
We all
We
helping
can
each other.
drown together.
I thought that
This
was phi.
nah,
F-A.
not an A.
That's see that I have a
That's a
problem with
W.
the A and the W.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
they
A
Because
and
it,
remember I
W
did that
black.
on the
Yeah.
last. Remember I did that on the last thing. I thought the
yeah,
A was. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The
yep.
only thing is, let's go back to it right here.
Yeah, that the A is more
It can
upright.
trick you. It can trick you. See this here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this
That
here.
A would be that second one on that.
Now this is the same symbol. Sister Curtis Bay just pointed out, but it's just wrote a little differently. Here it is again. Here, you see that?
Right. Right.
You know why I
Yeah.
get confused?
Now this is the letter A,
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
That's it.
but
but
you
this
see,
is the letter W right here.
Uh-huh.
Now put this,
And on the
match
end,
this
that's
up. Yeah, but match this up with that. And you
right.
can see.
Right.
Only
Okay.
difference is this
Yeah.
ain't got the little thing coming off of it. This
Right.
here, when we deal with the letter A, got a little deeper curve into it
Gotcha.
That's right. That's what
compared
I
to
was
Uh-huh.
gonna
that
say.
right there. But it will throw you off because it threw me off. Remember?
Yeah.
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 That's what I'm saying. Like, and I was doing it because I was looking at it fast, and that's why I said, "Oh, that's an A."
Yeah, you were
Well,
scanning
no,
like you
that's a
usually do.
W. Huh?
So you were scanning like you usually do. You know,
Yeah,
how you
all is
scan.
well.
I mean, you
Mhm.
pick that. That's like
Mhm.
quick quick
You
learning
got
or
a
whatever.
warp speed scan. That's what he's trying to
Yeah,
say. You got warp speed, okay?
yeah, he retrained it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's how we
Perfect.
definitely had to go to digging through some stuff. And so that's how you think we're able to go through all these documents. We
Well,
got
that's
to
what I'm
scan.
saying.
Yeah. So
Read.
all is well.
Yes,
But
sir.
I wanted to like if this is very important. This is like the other letter we went through. Remember the one we just went through? Because this is close, like that pyramidal shape.
Right.
Right.
It can throw you off.
Yep.
That's right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? And so it's good that we point these things out because we can always vet between those types of symbols.
Yeah, and
Right.
Praise
then
the
See,
Lord.
like if we ain't careful, sometime where it's supposed to be a ARR, like this would be more closer to what some people would say.
That's the
You know,
end.
we say it's the end,
Right.
but we also know that there are certain measures, that actually have a A that looks similar to that too.
Oh yeah, you're right. Right.
You
Right. With
see
the
what I'm
other
saying?
at the other end, yeah, that flips
Yes,
up.
sir.
That's
So
right.
we'll be able to tell by what's being said in most cases by the way we're reading it, whatever being stated. Like
Mm-hmm.
for example, we know that this is S, P, and T, Soptic.
Right.
Same thing I was talking about. Uh-oh, I might have just found something, family.
Huh.
If this is Soptic, now watch this. I'm finna correct myself. This may have not. I'm gonna say it ain't near. Because
Okay.
this is the word, and this going back what we did last time, and this is just me going over it now. This is the S, this is
Mm-hmm.
the P, this is the T. Remember, they say an indicator come after what the word is
So
stating.
that would say the
That's
whole. It would
right.
say the whole
It's
thing.
topic. So you see
Right.
how I caught that and was able to correct myself
Right. Right.
based on that, and that's how we got to be able to do it. So it looked like mirror, looked just like it, but it was actually softer.
Right. Right. Right.
I was
Oh,
going with mirror, but look
cause
at
we
how
went
I was
through.
able to vet that by the eye. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, we actually saw one of those out of those all of those ladders together, right? I mean, all those indicators together
Yeah, well, what it is, what I'm emphasizing, how I was able to find out the error that I made.
within the paper.
Yeah, is
Right.
basically at the end of the word, the determinative or the indicator is there.
Right.
So
Right.
if this is the indicator, which we properly identified, we know this is the indicator. If I
Right.
would have went over here in the beginning, I would have said, okay, this is subject.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So now that make me say, let me go back to the Unicode and we're gonna properly point this out. But we got to
Right.
look at it. In certain aspects, we can make those type of errors, but I was able to vet it by the eye. Now
Right.
watch this. And that's only after I went in the front of it, which lets us know that if we look in the front of that particular determinative and deal with the spelling out through the alphabet, most likely we'll have the proper symbol,
Mm.
is what we're getting at.
No, we,
And
we,
that's
we get,
good because this is trial and error now.
And I want to see what that word is right
so
before that.
it will determine the context more or less. No.
Right. Well, basically, it's the word itself. Once you spell the word out, you got it. And so this is the one they're trying to push indeed. I guess this one will be more close to the look, but it still looked like the mirror though. So you
Right.
can see how I thought it was the mirror.
Right.
However, when I went back to it, and that just came out, like you say, scanning.
Right.
So
That's a unique uh, skill. I mean,
yeah, that's showing us that's basically like the apple falling out of the tree hit me in the head.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the vetting demonstration. So
Right.
we see now how we can really vet this by the indicator. So we see the importance of the
That's
indicator.
a paradigm shift.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
Because we
sir.
can go through here and do the same thing with each and every one of these.
Right.
It
Right.
may even be, to be honest with you, it may even be the methodology that the best thing to do until we become fully familiar is look for, the indicator,
Right.
and then, go back and read the words in certain cases, you know what I mean? Like when you're in the middle of the text, is what I would say.
And Dr. Shahi, you say
Like that's popping out at me so clean right here, and I know it is to y'all. Like,
Yeah.
the snap. Yeah, go ahead. Stop to. Go ahead, Sister Curtis, baby.
yeah, you say that word is satu, Is that what you say that word is? Sata? Sata?
Um,
Oh, oh yeah, yeah,
septu,
Sapta.
septu,
Yeah,
cause it's the S, the
it's
P, and the
Sapta.
T.
Not Septa, it's Sapta.
Sata.
Septu.
Yeah, Septa.
Sip.
They
Sata.
spell it, I'm
And
gonna tell
finish.
you like this here. We ain't gonna get into the vowel conflict,
Uh-huh.
but most of the time you'll see it as Sapta.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you what this is in a minute, real quick.
Before you leave there,
Okay, go ahead, Curtis.
yeah, I wanted to ask you about right in front of that word, right in front of that. We say that was the W when you come on over. We say that was the W. We know that's
Oh, up
the
here where you were, yeah, we gonna go into. We definitely finna go into your portion here, right?
Cause that one's over all over the place.
yeah. Because that would be the W.
This is
The
I can see M and S right here, right?
Right?
where
That's
Right
L,
here.
that's a S.
Yeah,
But
but
what is that's determined in front of that? That's a,
that's a
yeah,
W.
this would be a determinative, most definitely. So this is like M and S look like Mesu.
Let me see.
Mesu.
Mess. I could be, I don't want to jump to a conclusion, but I see mess so far, you know.
I'm still back there on that line where we was because I
Yeah, yeah, right here.
no line.
Oh, you
What?
don't went to right here?
Yeah. Now go over to your right.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is
right in there.
W. That's
Yeah,
W
that's the
right there.
W. What's that? The WS.
WS look like I want to say this may be a A here.
Yeah,
No,
WS.
that's a
WSA
K.
and this would be your
Y.
It
actual
could be
Y.
a K.
So this is Y and this is
And
M
there's a J. Well,
and
that
that's
can be the
up with
J
an
or the
N
Y.
like. Say
It's
that
on.
again. Yeah,
What?
sometimes they put, but in order for it to be a J, sometimes they'll put a J there. But the thing is, when you see J in most cases, in some of the, I'm gonna be honest, it's definitely dealing with who dictionary it is. Because
Okay.
Right.
some people will put a J, some people will put a Y, some gonna put an I.
Ah, right.
Okay.
But the
Yeah.
only thing is about it, if you see two of these here, then in
That's a
most
Y.
cases that's like saying I am I.
Okay.
You see what I'm
Hmm.
Then they
saying?
get what you want. Uh-huh.
Some people like to put JMJ, but that's with two of the read leaf expressions.
Right. Right.
But we know this is a
Oh,
S, we know this
okay. I
is
see what
A,
you're saying.
then this is a Y, this is a M, and look like this is a sub and an N. I
E.
don't know exactly which one this is, but we
That's
can
like
see it again.
a T or G, not a
This is a
D.
bird
That's a
symbol
D.
though.
I think that's one of them G's.
You know what? You may be right.
Yes, sir.
But let me see. M set. Not M set, but
And
this
said,
is the M and this tet. Met. Let me see. You met. Sa you met. Sa
Yeah.
saya met
self,
set scepter.
submit.
Scepter. I'm trying to see. We can see it. I'm just trying to sound it
Yeah,
out.
that's what I want to figure that one
And
out.
then we have this is in cases, most cases, this is like the letter R,
Right.
Okay.
and then we can see the R here actually
That's
being
the R. Yeah,
expressed.
that's the R.
And this is a
So that I.
W.
Go ahead.
Ooh,
That
W. Go
Yeah.
ahead, brother.
Now that one you said looks looks like the eye, right? An eye, a human
Yeah,
eye.
right here. Talking about the reed leaf demonstration.
Well, no, I was talking about the other one. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about is the
Yeah,
I
I know.
right
We were
here.
talking about
I,
that
Y, and
at
J.
first. Right.
Yeah, but this is the only one I refer to as I, Y, and J. The reed
I
leaf.
Y. Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
right.
saying based on whoever dictionary it is, they the ones put it in there as a I or Y or J. Depending on
Okay.
who
Yeah, I thought you were
dictionary
talking
you
about over
read.
to the right,
No,
over
sir.
next to
This is
that
the only
W.
thing I was pointing out as being I. I said this here is the letter A. If it's called in the mind, we don't see it a lot. We see it here and there, but it ain't in the alphabet. Written out as that way. It's actually deep down into it, comes out as an 8 in most
So
cases.
that one
But
up
this
top
is
over.
another letter that look like this one too that we gotta, you gotta be careful with it because see it look like the S here too.
Yeah, that's what I
S
was saying.
looking letter,
But that's
but
not
it's
an
not.
S though, is it?
It's not the same. It look like this S looking letter is what I'm
Oh,
getting
S
at, but it's
looking.
not the
Okay.
same. Just like this one right here.
Right.
Though these are similar, these are two different expressions. And from
Okay.
my
Yeah, they could be
memory,
missing.
recalling it, this would be the letter A.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, we
see?
can work with that.
And so again, now going back to this septet, a septet demonstration, not sepet, a septet. You know, let me show you something here, and I'm gonna pull this up real quick so that you can see it. Let's see. I'm gonna just type it in this way. They got many different ways of saying it. And this is really the Greek way of saying it.
Oh,
See, it
okay.
says stop that,
Yep.
right? So, you see that there?
Yep. SPDT.
And this is actually, see a symbol right there?
Right? There it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. So now you can actually see this here. This is just by vetting it. This is actually Tehuti goddess.
Oh, yeah, the one that does the numbers.
Yes, sir. This is the one who come forth with the number. You see?
Right. Right.
So now let us go back over here. We
Wow.
already see the same thing. That's this right here. We see the name being spelled out.
Right.
You see?
Mm.
And then again, that will be the S. But if you put an O in between that, then you got the P.
So,
And then you put an E behind that, and then you got the T.
so that
Something.
something.
And then her symbol is right here. Right?
Yes, sir.
Go back over here. We can see it right here being expressed.
Hmm.
And this is actually being expressed together. And they say that this is actually referring to Sirius or Sirius,
Sirius, the
Venus.
dog.
Yes, sir. In all actuality, you know what this really represents? Two, five-pointed open green star. This is actually dealing with the dua in the
The
heaven.
dua. Okay.
Mm.
So whatever is being spoken on here, they actually making reference to the heavens, the constellation somewhat in that area.
Mm-hmm. She was the
See what
picture of
I'm
the woman
saying?
with the five-pointed
Okay.
star.
That is so powerful.
Yeah, I was thinking that
Look
five
at it.
pointed stars
And
represent
this is
man.
in stone, so people don't think this is just some
Wow.
artwork that somebody done made up.
That's right.
See, this
Yeah.
is from the temple,
Dendera temple.
of Seti, Seti. Here's the other one, the first
Yeah,
anyway.
Dendra too.
See, this is another one here. See, they done knocked the nose off of it. We already know there's some Asiatic features on there, most likely.
Right. Right.
Instead of this particular version they got here, which is mostly closely probably to the Ptolemaic period.
Yeah, she looked good.
That's what the Sister Dendra is talking about too. That's her F right there in the
Right.
anaglyphic form, as they would call it.
Yeah, there you
You
go.
know,
Mm-hmm.
we know they use that as an indicator, but so yeah, this is it. This is in the Temple of Dendra, which
Now is
Dendra
that
deals with what? Dendra
is,
deals with the heavens.
Right.
right?
You see, this is Sister Curta Bay. I know she know about that there.
Yes, sir.
So in the Temple of Dendra, you will find Sapta. Let's go here
Something.
real quick.
Wow. Oh,
Powerful.
that's right. Cause that T is a T and a D.
And this is actually where they get the zodiac stuff from. Here it is right here.
Dendera.
They even got the light bulb up there. And even though they rebuilt the temple,
Oh,
let's see, I want to pull up the image that shows the actual canopy. Because remember I told you they took this stuff out
Hmm.
and they put a fake one up there.
Wow.
You know, this is
That's
actually
terrible.
the top of the temple here. See, a lot of that is dealing with constellational expression. You want to try to
Right.
find one that blow it all the way up, show the whole of the ceiling.
Temple of Hathor.
There
Dendera
you go.
temple.
This is a
Okay.
good one right here. You see that?
Wow.
All this is dealing with, so this is symbolic to the heavens in this temple. But you will find these different, see the stars and all of that right there.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
See, all of those are expressions of Sati. You know, these would be like your celestial being expressions in the Bahadet
Okay,
disc.
yeah. That's it.
You see what I'm saying? Like cherubim type figures, if you will. I want to get a better close up of this. See this here, the restored ceiling. Notice they call it a restored ceiling. They
Mm-hmm.
don't want to put a whole nother thing up there. But they
Mm.
took it and put the other one, they took it to the British Museum somewhere. The original ceiling. I'm gonna show
Right.
you something else too. You see that there? All that was representation of constellational expression. That's beyond the plane things made manifest.
Right. Right.
You see? Here's a
Yes, sir.
bigger one right here. I'm gonna show you something else in a second too. Let's see if this opens up. This is similar to the rest, just a clear version.
Mm.
You
That's
know,
rich. That's beautiful.
yeah.
It
This
is.
is,
Yeah.
you know, and all of this is dealing with celestial expression, which shows how high our ancestors were thinking.
Man.
These
They
boats are not selling in the earth, they are selling in the heaven.
Right.
wow. That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
all of these really represent activities that take place within the heaven
Mm.
and dealing with the process of unfoldment with cycle ages and so
Right.
forth and so on. This is the cycle, you know, that relates to the Satu or the Septet. This is why numbers are there because we say mathematics is the language of the universe, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now when we see that, we see living mathematics. Also, for example, dealing with Dendera, that's the light bulb, you know, in
Wow.
that same temple.
Right.
Yeah.
So I look at it, look
That
at the cable
electrical.
hooked up and everything. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And these
More.
Netaru represent the deities or the principle that allows,
Right.
you know, the illumination to take place.
Hmm.
This is scientist that's basically look like he the one that's vetting his particular work that he done create.
Right.
That's
Mm.
Right.
definitely a light bulb. And then they
Yeah.
using this symbol, which we often talk about, you
It's
know, the
like an
serpent.
electrical.
Yep. This is the, you know, electrical current
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
representation.
It's
Like the
in that light.
Kundalini, for example.
Yeah,
Like
that
South
light
Pole.
area.
That's right. You know, and so
Man.
going into all that knowledge, you see it just going through the letters to take us into all this information. But it's I want to show you this one. I can do it better by doing this, taking you to our website, and I'll do it this way so we get a grander drawing of what we mean. Let's go right here. Okay. So we have everything up here
Wow.
as it is to be expressed. And you see, I actually have stuff from that temple here. I have the Temple of Dendera right here on this page for a reason. You know, I talk about the 12 theocratic constellations of Moorish America. And there
Right.
you go.
There
See,
we go.
this is where we get it from.
Right.
This is where the European get their concept of a zodiac from.
Yep.
You see, it comes from the mandala of Dendera. See, this is a clear expression of it actually in the art form.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
See the circle,
Yeah.
you know,
Four
of
quadrants.
creation.
So like.
Yep, all of that, you know, in Kemet. So anybody tell you these people didn't know what they were doing or they just so happened to do that, they done lost their
They
mind.
lying.
You know, yeah, they outright lying, as we say all the time. You
It's
see
like
what I'm
Jesus
saying? You
said,
lying.
you're a lamb.
And
You
the
ain't
truth
never
ain't
been,
in you nowhere. That's what my
you
Yeah,
ain't
mama used
never
to
like,
say. The
been,
truth ain't in you
you
nowhere.
know. And but this goes to show you how deep our science goes because
that's
just
right.
by identifying this,
Yes, sir.
you
Ain't that
see how
something?
deep it took us. That's
Wow.
why
Mm-hmm.
you can't just limit and bring limitations. That we don't went into the science, the mathematics behind everything. So we know that this papyri, this is giving context, even though we ain't transliterated the whole of this papyri. We know in the
Right? We all in the.
context that this papyri is dealing with something that has to do with that which is exalted.
Right.
Who knows? We may even go and use this as homework to transliterate.
I was
Oh,
getting
that'd
ready
be
to say,
great.
what's the
That'd
name
be
of that
great.
one? You can see it
You know,
clear.
and this is German, so I may be able to try to Google translate this right here, but
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
probably do it later. I just got to read his cursive right. It look like Warnung and vor,
Well,
den, and look like fra.
Brian,
Is that Framen or Frauen?
Brian.
Drawing.
Looks like Framen, right?
That like a him? I thought it was you.
You know, because this
You
is
are.
German. See, this, go ahead.
You are.
That's what it looked like. Yeah. Are
Drawing.
you are? Are you? Let me blow it up a little bit. That's
F R
F
A U
R.
E N.
Oh, it
That's
looked
what
like Furman.
V
F
V
R A
E
M E N.
Ramen.
that's
E
a
E
him.
Ramen. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
Rahman
sense.
Furman.
That could be
Yeah.
a
FRAMEN.
So
him.
it looks like
War
I can put that word. If
Ramon
that's the actual words, I can go
Ramon
to. I got Google
yeah. Google
Translate in there.
Translate is what you need to do it.
V
Okay,
A
that's
R
F
M U
R
N
A
W A R M
U.
U N
I
G.
think it's a European name. What?
Well, Fra
What?
is woman.
Yeah,
Ramon
I remember seeing a European name. It might be
Ramon
Warwick.
in
Warwick is he one of them scholars from over there in Germany. It
Right.
just ain't on my tongue right now because I'm not thinking about it. I think
Ramon.
Mustafa Gadala actually mentioned him in his
I
work.
think it's something about a woman maybe because I know a lot of those
Yeah. Let me
different
see what
parts of the peppers
let
say
me see
something like
what we
that.
get. I'm gonna go type in Google Translate and then see what we get real quick. And this it's gonna transliterate it
Oh
if
yeah,
it's
you
there.
got it. If you can
Let me
copy
see.
it and paste it in there,
Yeah, well, what it is, you can't do that because it ain't active.
it won't
But
it won't let you
we got
copy,
to
right?
actually type it in. No, sir, you can't copy and paste that in there.
That's
Not
true.
this.
I
See,
know because
yeah, it
they
won't
don't
let
even
you
have
grab it.
any fonts for
Yeah,
the bottom part.
yeah, it won't let you grab it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm finna just go in here and try to I'm gonna go in here and type it in. I don't know why they keep bringing me up to that ain't Google. They keep bringing me up to
Oh, that's probably
that's what is it, Microsoft little thing.
Microsoft.
Here
Yeah,
go
yeah.
here we go
Oh
right
man,
here.
they
Let's
taking
see.
over. They're using that IA. I mean
Yeah,
AI.
every time. Yeah, you're right. You about right.
Yeah.
Let me see. So we're gonna put let's try the first name. Give me the letters family because I ain't looking at it right now.
So if you're looking at FRA,
No, I want to
that,
start with the W word.
oh the W. Okay.
Okay.
WARNUNG maybe.
Okay. Now let me go over here to German and select that. His name may be the same too. That might be his name and look like it done already detected it.
One warning.
Yep.
Warning.
Oh, warning. We get
A
somewhere. All
friend
right.
will warn you.
So that's the word for warning. Okay, let's go further then. What's the next one? One at Veer or something like that?
VOR.
VOR or
War
VOR? VOR. Okay. VOR
before
for.
Before.
Okay, and what's the other one? Here,
The.
DEN or R.
That was
warning
the.
before the. I think it's dear, right?
I,
Don't it look
Okay.
more like. Let's see
Yeah.
what happens if we put in up here. It's still bringing up the same thing. The. So warning before the, and what else is the last one?
FRA.
In the end.
Is they
Yep.
trying to say something about Omni? Okay, let me see. It ain't it's FAMEN or
War
FRAN.
for
I
the
can't even
man.
say it
FRA.
now.
Okay, RA.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. R and let's
And
see. EN. Warning before the frames.
No, I don't think so.
But that's Dutch right there.
warning before the flames.
The
Nope.
flames.
That would make sense. I'm just talking about in a
How about if we switch that M to a U?
you.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think that's
Okay.
N on M.
So okay, so it's
You are.
FRU.
F
F
R
R U.
F R A U is
FRUEN.
That might be right too. That sound
woman,
about
like
right.
woman. That's what I was saying. Fraulein.
Yep, yep.
E-N.
I mean, Frau.
So it
I was in
says
Germany.
warning. So it says warning before who?
Wanted for the women or something else.
Bef-
Two women.
Ain't
warning
there
Wanted.
a
before the woman.
warning before the woman?
Isn't there an E between the U and the N?
Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
thought it was.
yes.
He gonna
No,
say
E
the same thing.
between the U and the N.
Okay, I see what you're saying. My bad. Okay, let's see here.
Still says the
It's
same
gonna
It's
be
thing.
still
women
coming
anyway. You
up
got.
the
Woman
same
before the
thing.
woman.
It's gonna be woman.
You know, and well, we know Sopta is a woman. Dendra
Hmm.
too for that case.
Yeah.
But
So woman before the woman.
it ain't really
A
giving
woman
us
of
a
the
whole
woman is something that warning for the women or something of the woman. Could be
right,
any of them.
right. It ain't really giving us a full expression. Cause see in this document I got, this document is basically showing um
Woman before the
that thing
woman.
look just like from it. Yeah.
FRAUEN. That's what I would say.
Yeah, but I think we did this
That's a
Just
R.
that's a
did.
See that?
woman. Period.
That's
I would
that's
say
And Fromen sounds like a German word.
it
Fromen.
is a, all that's German.
Fra,
I'm gonna
Framen.
try this right here.
You
Right,
know
F
what?
fraud.
R.
You know what?
One
Like
before
in
the
our
woman.
chapter, it has holy instruction
I
and
like that.
warning for
Yeah,
all
yeah.
Uh-huh.
young men. Maybe that before is actually for.
Maybe. You're right.
That makes sense too.
You're right. If that's the
One
way
before
of translating it,
the
you're
woman.
right.
There's
Because
a
that's
woman.
definitely coming
Well,
out as
that
a
fraud is
woman.
warning, right? Yeah. No,
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's the
that's
woman.
coming out as woman.
Okay, right.
So
So the first word,
Woman. Fromen. Fine.
we can get that first
Fromen.
word, then we can put it with the woman.
yeah, we gonna find it out when we transliterate it, I feel. When we go through it for transliteration,
Right.
I think we will find out the all of it. Because this is just an excerpt of Papyri, remember? This is random Papyri. This for example, this is Papyri of Christi here, right? See it right there? This is
Right.
what we were studying last week. This is not the Papyri of Christi, but another portion of a different papyri. They got different papyris out up through here. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Corn papyri. I can see the name on that right there. Sesostris. So these are different papyri here. And so once we deal with the transliteration, that's a good exercise though, because we can see exactly what's being said once we go into it. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll definitely make that a homework. What is this mystery papyri? This would be one of our first
Yeah, I
official
saw a
pieces.
document that had all of the different names for those
Yeah, they do. They
fellows.
do. They do.
Uh,
And that's the thing. You know, this is the pretty much the one that's here, and I like this.
But when you go
I
into the
like that it ain't giving it
bibliography,
all to us, huh?
yeah, if you go into the big bibliography of some of those writings that, like the Tahotep instructions, like they got a bibliography in that, I think, and it tells all of the different, because they had to get all that information from different sources.
Right, that's correct. Yes, sir. So,
One nug, one known.
okay. So what we gonna do is we want to try to see if we can find a few more in here. But that's a powerful demonstration that we found just dealing with Soptic. You know what I mean? We know it's exactly what we said
Oh,
it
that's
is, and we were
warning,
able
most
to vet
definitely.
it. You know, I'm just glad we was able to deal with a correction. You know, and I was able to catch it by just going to read what was in front of me. So when we see this, like
Or did.
wherever we go in the document and we find determinatives or indicators, it'll probably be good for us to do exactly what I did, just go up there and vet the word that's being stated, because the word is, going to be given away by its indicator. The indicator would always divide Also the words as well, because once it's stating what it's stating, then it moves on to a whole nother expression. And then you have to vet them up to their particular determinant. You see what I'm saying? Like we know that this is an indicator or determinative here. These are not alphabet. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And,
Islam,
and
Islam.
then right here. So that's going to be the process like this, for
Yeah, that
example.
was a
We know that's not an actual
alphabet.
alphabet in the 24 to 28. So determine. Same thing with this one.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well, I
one
think it may
before
be
the
one
one.
for this one though. But like this.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So we can see that, the word indicated separated. We know this is the letter A. But
Right.
if we didn't go in the Venn like wood, we can still be mistaking this A for this letter W. You see?
Right.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
So
Right.
now I want to
Yeah.
go up here and see what it is, because this is also a determinant
Yeah. Yeah.
indicator.
Yeah, that's something like
Yeah.
a
This too.
B or something. I can't think what the actual terminology.
Right, right. And so this is actually a bee, or it could be a dragonfly,
Mm-hmm.
but you definitely in the right area. And
That's it.
this can actually give us insight, because this more likely is the determinative for what's being stated here. We already know it is.
Right.
So let's look this up. We're gonna go here too,
Yeah.
because actually it can be from here to here.
The FW.
But I'm
Yeah.
gonna I'm gonna go look this up real quick. I'm gonna look this up. I want to see this determined. I know where I can find it at. I'm gonna go to Aku real quick, and then I'm gonna go into that particular F and the U, Sister Curta Bay. I know I done seen F and U before, F and W basically, which
Right.
is expressed as food, almost like kufu or sneferu, food, that food demonstration part itself. Okay, so let me find that little express
So that
indicator.
B or whatever, that's like, would that be like an animal or?
Yeah, that's in the it's.
So
Give me a second here. I'm finna pull it up.
so you go to Gardner, Gardner.
Yeah, I'm right here. You can go to the sign list, or you can just scroll through it like I'm doing right here.
Okay.
And you can find in either one. Just like I see this one right here, this F22. We didn't mention it, but this F22 right here, I'm gonna show you
Let me see.
why I see it at. See that there? I seen that right here. I just didn't say nothing.
Okay.
See it right there?
Wow.
You see it?
Yep. You see it?
Yeah, I seen that, and I was gonna mention that, but since I scrolled by it just then and I found it, might as well mention it. So there it is right there, and it's almost similar to its look though.
Hmm.
See, that's more closer to the one that I'm
Parts of a
talking about.
mammal.
Yes, sir. It says felidae, a feli. I guess that's what they're trying to say. But F22, let's since we pulled that up, I want to go back to finding that other one. All y'all can look for it while I'm doing this here. I want to just see what this F22 is. Since I identified it, I just didn't know what the actual words in this letter was, but I know seeing it. Oh, this is
Okay,
actually
there it is.
PH.
F, f, f.
Yeah, that's P and H. That's right. And that's exactly what it looked like, little monkey. A headless monkey. I don't know what they got.
Man,
Yeah, I
man.
mean, come on now. Either that or a kangaroo, but we know a kangaroo ain't got no tail that long, so it got to be a monkey. Yeah, I go demonstrate like
I
long.
ain't gonna go try
Yeah,
to go
I
into
can
your
see the
mind.
monkey in there.
Oh, no, but you know what, man? That might be some extraterrestrial.
See
Yeah,
now,
man, I
I
can go with
thought it
that.
looked like
I can
some
work with that.
frog thing.
What'd you say, Grand Secretary of the
I
State?
thought it looked like a frog thing in a lily pad.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I can see
a
a frog.
mutation
I
of
can
a
see a
frog.
monkey.
Oh my goodness. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. But we might as well. That's what Rome been doing. You know what I mean? They'll just throw something up there. Goodness gracious. Hold up, let me go back to
That's
the
what happened if you
R15.
do the wrong thing.
That's exactly what happens when you do the wrong thing, my brother.
Come on, mutated.
Goodness gracious. Let me see these fish bone. They looking. Let me see some. Nah, it wouldn't be that one right there. I know it's definitely like a little dragonfly or bee though. Okay, we might be getting coming up on it in a second here. Where is it? This is actually one of them. This sister Dendra got us going up in here. Let's see here. Okay. All right.
But what could that be?
It's in there. I just can't, and I know I can
And
find
which
it.
one we looking for?
I can actually go up to the gardenias. I mean the other molar with the English translation, and they be all up in there. But
It looks like an FP.
we're gonna find it.
Yeah,
What's the
that's what I
Unicode
thought it
on
was.
that? What you referring to as FP, brother Bachibe?
The one where it has that one you said you was looking for where it had looked like the going on the water lines into the
Oh, I'm talking about the B right now. The B, the little I'm trying to find a little dragonfly B. Normally it's up here. It's up here. I probably done passed by it. I'm scanning too fast again.
Yeah.
Let's see. Take it easy. Real
The
quick.
thing
It's
with the
in here.
long.
Yeah, like I said, look like I call it the dragonfly because they do have a dragonfly as well. But then they have a bee too. So I'm trying to find either the bee or the dragonfly in the gardenia sign list. I can actually probably type it in and Google it too. Let me see something. I'm gonna try something real quick. Let's see. I'm don't nobody say nothing. 'Cause I'm finna talk to AI and see what they do for us. We finna see if we can find this way. I just want to see how accurate this thing is. Okay, so in order to do that, I'm gonna have to open that up right there and hit this. Look at that, they got masonry up there. Uh-oh, they done picked it up. Goodness gracious, I said the wrong thing. Hold up, let me stop. Okay, it's finna tell.
According to futureofworking.com,
we don't want to hear.
here is a unique look at the secret world of the.
This ain't what I want to hear. Okay, let's go back in here again. Okay. What is the Egyptian Unicode in Gardenia sign list?
According to unicode.org, the
they say
Unicode
if you
standard
pause, we gonna
version.
get it in. They trying to get me before I do it. Okay. What is the Unicode for the B in Gardenia sign list? Oh, they didn't get that.
According to Wikipedia, Gardner's sign list is a list of common Egyptian hieroglyphs compiled by Sir Alan Gardner. It is considered
they calling him Gardner. Okay, Gardner. We're gonna call you Gardner from now on. Okay. Pull up the Unicode for Gardner's sign list.
According to 923.com,
yeah, it ain't working good with us. If you pause a little bit, they ain't letting you get nothing off, is it? Let's say this in Gardner's sign list.
According to amleo.com.
No, I believe it's my country dialect, family. Okay.
Try Gardner.
They pulled it up the first time. Let me see here. I'm gonna just go back here, and we're gonna pull up the images up here. But we can do it this way right here too. They should have it right there in the Akudo.
It's in the invertebra.
Oh?
It's an invertebra. I guess no backbones. I think that's where it's at.
Oh, they have a section called invertebra.
Well, it's yeah, like the L. I mean, not the I. Wait, hold up. Let me find it real quick.
Let's see this right here. Let's see. Here you go, right here.
Gardner sign list.
We're gonna do this because they ain't never wrong.
Section L.
And what is it? What's the Unicode for?
Oh, and I'm just looking at. Well, it would be L3.
So you see the B?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you seen? Okay,
I mean,
L3.
I'm looking in Gardner's sign list.
Yeah, and
They
you
got
saying that the B is L3, right?
yeah, section L
Okay.
and
Okay,
number
that's what we
three,
need.
two or
That's what we
three.
need. That's what we need. L2 or L3, right?
Right. Let's try that.
We can do it like this then. Let me remove the filters. It ain't let me do that right now.
Yeah, I did it's L2.
It's L2?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bit.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
Says
what I'm
bit.
talking about, Scribe. Okay, L2. Let me pull this up for our audience then. Yeah, there it go right there. That's what I'm talking about. And it looked like a, I don't care what nobody said, it looked more like a yellow jacket.
Yeah,
You know, my
yeah,
little school,
exactly.
we had a yellow jacket for the symbol, but they be calling them bees up here.
Yeah,
You
but
see what I'm
B is
saying?
a yellow jacket is
Yeah.
a type of B, I guess. You know what I mean?
I guess if you want to mix
But
them
they're in the
in there, but
family.
I
They're in the
know that
family.
that bee is a little more fat body. That's why I say it look
Well,
like a dragonfly.
depends on
See
what
that
kind of bee it
sting?
is.
Oh, it could be a
Cause,
wasp.
Cause they got some bees that look like those big bees, right? But all they do is just
You
they
talking
help
about the
pollinate
carpenter
by
bee?
eating out
That's
the
the
plants.
carpenter bee.
Huh?
But the carpenter bee you talking about?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
that's it has a more fat body. See, this body is elongated, so it look more like a wasp,
Mm-hmm.
or it look more like I
Yellow
ain't
jacket.
seen no bee that look like a yellow jacket.
Yeah.
You
Oh
know,
well.
I see them.
Yeah.
Trust me, I run from them all the time
They
when I'm up in the air on
distinguishable.
ladders. Huh?
They're very distinguishable between
Yeah,
each other. But when you're describing them, yeah, it can
yeah.
be confusing.
This definitely look like a wasp. Here, see that there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I'm
they look,
allergic to them too.
they draw them two different ways though. You see that?
Yeah.
Right.
I want to go
Cause the
again.
wasps don't have no bottom like that. The
Yeah.
bees do, and the yellow
Well,
jackets do.
the wasps do actually have the bottom because the
Yeah.
wasp got the sting.
Yeah, cause
Yeah.
he
But
is
what I'm
stinking.
saying is they're not colored like that. They're either like black, red, and black.
Yeah, but they using two different ones though. See that
Right.
one
That's
there?
what I'm saying.
And
They
then they
switching them up.
using this one here. Ain't got that on the back of it. It ain't got
Yeah.
the stripes. You see what I'm saying?
And he ain't as
Oh
long.
man, he ain't got. Well, that's like an outline. This one here is more. Okay, well, I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, yeah. It ain't no issue. It's neither here nor there. I'm glad we found it. But they're saying this is bit.
Right.
BLT.
So if this is bit here, to use this as a Unicode, let me make sure. I want to see if they have that by itself
Yeah.
as
That's what
well.
I look for.
Because see, I'm looking at a symbol here, and this still may not be the Unicode. It looks similar. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Because it don't have exact same one here. Didn't you say you had an F2 and an F3?
Uh, no, okay, like what I did was that when I went to Gardenia list, they listed in A B G D, in alphabets, and the L was where they had all of the B's. I mean the B's
Yeah,
and
and
the
is
rap
there
all
some
of.
more in there though? Do you see any more B's in there?
Well, now they got two B's. Well, try four. L4.
L4, that's what I'm saying. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying that no hits is what it said here.
No hits
Let
on
me go up.
L4.
Nah, not there, but I'm gonna go up here and try it. And I multitude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, did I just get rid of my dang on? Let's see.
I can go in there right quick and do that.
Yeah, but I need to pull it up here for our audience.
Okay.
See, okay, let's see. So this is L4 you said, right?
Hey, I no hits. Not in the
Let me get this out
hieratic
of here.
paleograph.
Let's see.
Or you call it Morla code.
No, it ain't in there. So yeah, and the L4 you said is a and it's saying no hits for L4 here.
Right, right. I mean, it
It's
looks
good.
like you got your gardener list pulled up?
Did we try
We
L3? Because
got,
I think you had mentioned that
that's
earlier.
that's what
Yeah.
I asked him. Was he
He
talking about L3 as well? He said
well,
no, it
yeah. I
was
said
L2.
L2 or L3, and then
So
I thought
no, it's no hit there either. But
right,
it was a hit for the L2. And so
right,
I just wanted to go into here and see, because we see the similarity here, but there's something a little off because it just has the bottom portion. This has a whole expression at the top, and that make a difference. See what I'm saying? Like, look at this symbol here. It has like the
but I'm gonna go back
wing,
over where you at.
but when we go back to this document, we just see this portion.
Right, right, right.
You see, we don't see.
So that's not it then. That's a
Right,
different.
that's not it. That's not
That's
it.
a different.
And anyway, it wouldn't make sense because if this was the Unicode,
Mm-hmm.
right? We know it's not an alphabet. Then how would it express what's here in front of it?
Right. You
Because
know what I
bit
think? You know what I
bit
think?
wouldn't correspond with Y and W
Y- Um, you know what
unless that's full bit.
okay.
Uh,
May I
Go
say
ahead,
something?
brother Marvin.
Yeah, I noticed when they
Yes,
have
sir.
like a lot of lines underneath, it depicts like say, uh, like plural. So it's a plural something. That's what
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
no, but see, we don't have to deal with the rules of plurality here. We
Okay.
actually dealing with, these symbols. This is an indicator. We don't want to complicate it. If we come over here, this is Y and W. So we see the full here. So we want to find out what this is, and we're gonna do it. Watch this. What I'm gonna have to do is go this route about it. Because this is good. This is trial and error in finding this. We just trying to show our people so that they too would be able to find these things. So what I would do here is let's see. Let's see.
Now, Dr. Shahi, did you say Y and W or is it F and W?
Yeah, foo. That's why I say foo and W.
Oh, okay.
Foo. Okay, so let me see here. I'm trying to find the actual. I don't want to go into my stuff because I'll be digging forever.
What you trying to get to?
I'm trying to
All the
pull up
lines?
the actual molar document that has all of the symbols in it
Oh,
real quick.
oh, is that the same as
Some that I
Gardner's
already
list?
should have had up and then didn't think I was gonna need it right now. So we can
All
find
right.
it better there probably. Okay, so
Okay.
let's
You
see.
looking for the molar sign list.
I'm looking for the PDF. You know what? This is actually what it's called. I got it in my file, but I don't want to go in there digging because it's gonna take a little longer for me
What
to
is it
do that.
called? Hieratic paragraph.
Yeah, just give me a second here, real quick. And if you can pull it up on your side, though. If you can pull up the molar document we have, because that's what I'm looking for. All is well. While I'm searching for it, you can look
Okay.
for it on your demonstration. And
Okay. I
if
can
so,
go into
we can let you share the screen.
I'll go into
So
my
let me pull this up.
ears
Oh, I think
class.
what was it? Okay, here we go.
Ears.
Let's see. I have seen that sign in the document that I'm looking for here. Let's see here. Give me the whole PDF, will you? Look like I'm gonna be forced to go in here. I had to dig so deep to find the document. I see that symbol all the time.
Okay, molar. Let me
I think this is it right here.
see.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm in the molar right now. I'm see if I can find that as well.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. Uh-huh.
Was it number F3?
That's what he just pulled up, and we tried to pull it up. Ain't no hit on that. So
Yeah,
can you show us
F3.
F3, brother, on your page to show us what you're trying to indicate, scribe? I'm gonna stop sharing and let you share.
You talking to me? Oh, you
Brother
talking about Bati
Bati Bey.
Bey?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Islam, Brother
F3. We
Bati
haven't
Bey.
heard of
You
that
want
one
to share
yet.
your screen
Islam.
and show us the F3 that you see?
I don't no, I don't have it. That's what I was
Yeah,
asking to
it
put
don't
it
have
in.
no hits. F3 don't.
Yeah, I just hit, that's what I was telling him earlier. I hit that earlier, it didn't work. So I'm trying to see what he's seen. I thought he seen something.
No, I went to the heretic, the German heretic video.
Okay, can you show that to us on the screen though, and show us what you're looking at?
Yep.
Okay, present it so we can see, because he said F3 too. We want to see what this F3 is.
Oh,
We haven't been able
I'm
to
looking
pull
at
it up.
it. I think that's what's the name?
Entire screen. Damn.
That's Lahan.
Right, but what's the Unicode for it?
Uh, see, they don't really have a Unicode on it.
Oh, it don't? See, that may be the problem. That's why we ain't getting no hits then. So you looking at the actual hieratic thing that's right here, Brother Marvin Epps. You're looking at this now, right?
Hold on, let me get you. Okay, you showing something?
Yes, sir.
I
I
can't
can't
see
see
it.
We
it.
don't see
You
nothing.
can't see it? Okay,
Yeah.
All I
let
can see
me
is
let me reshare it then.
the
'Cause
icons
it'll
of the
get there
panel.
sometime. Okay, let me reshare it. Okay, here we go right here. You see that there?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So this is what you see, Brother Marvin. That was bad. This is what you
It's
looking at.
pretty close to it.
No, I'm saying it has to be exactly this, not just close to it.
Okay, I see
But
what
do
you're
you
saying.
see this
Well,
symbol? Because I
let me
know it's,
dig further, cause that's the first
yeah, I
one that
know
came
it's
up
in
here.
there. I
Dr.
know it's in
Shahid,
there.
Dr. Shahid, that
Uh-huh.
bottom part on there,
Uh-huh.
that's in that the papyri that we had that we did our homework from the last time, but it don't have
Okay,
that
so
long line.
can you pull it up?
It don't have that long line. Hold on.
You know that
Okay.
man.
It's just got that bottom part. It just got that bottom part, not that long line right there which you showing.
Yeah, can you pull it up though, and that way you can share your screen so we can see
That
what
might
you're
not
talking
even
about?
be in the
Oh,
slate tool.
Yeah,
okay.
it's in there. It's in there. But the thing is identifying it first. So I'm trying to see if I can get the Mola document. I know it has it in there, but are you scrolling down,
I'm strolling
brother?
down in the slate tool,
Okay,
and if I see it,
let's
I'll
see.
holler.
I got the sleigh over here too. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go on my end because you're right. I may be able to find it there. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, I see this symbol all the time,
right.
this particular measure, and I know it's there, but I'm just trying to figure out which one it is. But
Right.
this is all, like I say, trial and error. We're looking for these things because we don't know all this stuff,
Yeah, once you go
off
through
the head.
all of them,
Once we find them, though, that way we can put it in our archive. Let's see here.
Um, I'm gonna try to share my screen, Dr. Shahid, and show you what
Okay,
I.
you ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me stop sharing mine then.
Okay.
Okay, Sister Curta Bay, let us see what you got here.
Let me see. Let me make sure I remember. Okay, hold on.
Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll bring it in the queue, and I got you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, okay, we see you.
Okay. Let me
There
see.
you go.
Where did it go?
Oh, you there? You sharing now? You just got to pull it up.
Okay. Oh, there it go. Um,
oh
can
G8,
you see that little bottom part right there?
Open it up. Hold up, Brother Marvin. That would be. I'm trying to hear what she's saying, bro.
Pardon.
Okay, open it up, sister.
I'm trying. Okay, wait a minute.
I can see it a little bit right there,
Can you
but it
see?
looked
Yeah,
like
you
that's
see
the
it?
same. That's the
That
same
bottom
thing
part.
that we're dealing with. Yeah, that's L2. That's the same one we already seen.
Oh, okay.
We
Okay.
already had that pulled up.
Okay.
We
Okay.
trying to find actually the other portion itself. See,
The
that's the
long
same thing.
part.
Yeah, that's the same thing that we've been looking at right here. Well, not here, but in the other area of the Aku tool up here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's the same thing there.
Yeah,
We
that's
trying
the
to
L.
find
The little long part.
Yeah, we trying to find just that portion by itself. That's
Oh,
another that's another expression. I'm just trying to figure out which one it is. That's what we trying to find.
okay. I'm gonna stop sharing.
Okay. I really want to find this measure here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through here
See, I'm gonna look through
and
here.
see what it is. Okay, not there. Not there. Not there. Oh, don't want to go too fast. Okay, not there. Not there. Not there. Okay, not there. Not there. Okay, not there. Let's see here. Not there. Not there. Not there. Okay. That look close to the ceiling.
Did Bata Bay say F-26 or something?
No, I didn't hear her say F-26.
No, Dr. Bati Bay. He said something about an F something.
You said F-26, brother Body Bay?
Mm-mm.
Huh?
Yeah, because I see
No, I'm
F-26.
looking on a cool right now. Because I see it. No,
I see
Yeah.
F-26 on
So
the
you see
display.
it?
no, not yet.
Okay. I didn't hear. He said he thought you said F-26.
Mm-mm.
I was just trying to get that. Let me see here.
F-26 is close.
Let me go ahead and look at F-26 real quick to see what you
It's just that the top
making
part is
reference
different.
to. Let's see here.
Hmm.
All right, now computer, don't act crazy. Let me give it a second. Okay, F-26.
That 26 is close.
That's like a cow, so.
That
Yeah,
might be it.
F-26. Yeah,
That
that
may
because I
be it.
saw that in that same.
That
That's
may
that
be it.
same. Yeah,
Middle
That may
Kingdom,
be it.
F-26.
12th
Okay,
Dynasty.
yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. There we go. That's it. That's the
HN.
right there.
Yeah,
So now let me see what it is over here in our other tool. If y'all ain't got it up yet. Um
35
yeah, F-26.
or F-26.
F-76
F-26.
from the sleigh.
Now I'm trying to pull it up in the
From the
motor.
molar, you got five
Oh,
hits
no.
in the database.
Yeah. Let's see, F-26.
See, F-26.
You got 5 hits.
All right.
It's
So there we go.
HN.
That's a HN. Yeah. Oh,
HN.
Okay.
KN. K.
Well, yeah, because they got
That's
the long.
actually it's
That's
HN. Yeah,
H
not
with the
not
line
not
on
the
there.
K because it don't have the indent in it like the
Well, it has the line
29 L.
underneath it.
Yeah,
Does
that's just a hard H though. Not
Yeah,
a
the
cup,
hard.
not cup. It's ha.
If it
Yes,
had
sir.
the dot under there, Dr. Shahi, would it be cuff?
That's just a regular H. But ka is when it like has an arrow.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
like the arrow symbol that goes down,
Uh-huh.
almost like a triangle.
Okay.
That's when it becomes ka. Ka.
Okay.
But this is ha.
Yeah.
This is a hard H. hmm Okay, so this is
But it is. It is it. But it is
say
F.
what, Brother Marvin Evans Bay?
But I'm saying, but yeah, but it is the F-26, right?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I just said
Yeah.
earlier. I was saying this is it.
Right. I thought
Islam, are you showing your screen?
hmm
No, we don't see
Let me
no.
go back into it again because it done kicked me out. It's something that is kicking me out when I be sharing my screen. This thing is kicking me out on a certain thing. I got to figure out what that is that's
probably
causing it
because you
to kick
have
my screen.
so many other
That
things
could
up.
be it too. You're right. Maybe an overload. That probably, you know what? When it frees up, that might be when it kicked me off.
Yeah, yeah. Because
Okay.
cause those databases are huge.
Yeah. You're right.
If you got two
But
or three
yeah, I
of them,
have pulled it up here
okay, yeah,
in
that's
the
it.
F-26. That's
Yeah.
why I was saying it's there, and I know it's there because this is what I was trying to get y'all to pull up. I just didn't know it by the Unicode or by the
Right.
name of what it is. And I thought
Okay,
about
but
an animal like this, but I
right.
just didn't want to say it, because I wasn't sure about this one. I just knew it was this particular letter was
That
there.
slate tool is got them all, got all of them in there
Yeah,
too.
it got all of them in there. If I'd have kept scrolling, I was gonna run into this, but
Yep,
it's
yep.
good that y'all found it already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But our cool tool, this is it right here.
Yeah, that's
Hmm.
it. Yep,
You know what I
that's it.
mean? This is it. That's why I say that's it. When I was saying that's it, I thought y'all see me pointing at my screen, but I was actually pointing over here by myself. Islam. So
Yeah.
yeah, we can definitely see that. Let's go
Right.
here. And so is this Fuhin?
For him.
This is connected to it, you know, and no hen actually deal with priesthood sometime, but it's another mention. Hen also is a name for mother too.
Oh, okay.
Y'all remember that, right? Like hen, sa, and ab, which is father. Sa means son, and hen mean mother.
Mm.
At least one of the words. So
So what is gonna be for him?
I'm trying to see, but we see this is by itself, and so this wouldn't end that way. So this is actually its own determinative
Okay.
indication. So I'm wondering, because sometimes we can see if this is one of those determinatives, perhaps you know
That's
this
it.
is the word, and then this comes here. We have to vet that out. I want to go look for this now though, and it ain't Yah. I mean, it ain't Fa.
Okay.
It's definitely Fu.
If you, if you.
So let me see. Okay, actually, you'll find that probably here too. I'm gonna scroll through this first since I'm already here, because I seen something similar to that. I'm gonna scroll through here, and then I go to my Aku tool in a minute. Since we already in the Slay tool, I seen a symbol like I said earlier that looks similar to that. It's a little
Okay.
further
Let's
up
see.
though. Okay, here it is right here. This is the symbol actually here, but I need to see it connected to that other symbol.
Right.
No, not there. Not there. Okay, there it is more definitive. See the F right there? I-9. Y'all see that?
I got to get back on y'all page.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cause
Okay. Oh, you see a
What-
Grand Secretary of State?
What'd you say? F what?
This is
I'm
I-9.
looking at that. I'm looking at that A2 toward the bottom of the page.
Yep, there it go. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, y'all
That's
looking
it.
for that foo.
And that's the whole determinative right there. The Grand Secretary of State just pointed out. Now we finna vet it.
A2.
She
Yeah.
seen it. There it goes. See, it's in the line of these strokes here. A2. Let's see what it says. I'm gonna see if they pull it up here and see what happens. See if they pull a A2. Why is this thing so slow poking? All right, now y'all let me know if my demonstration I got kicked up off of here again.
No, you good.
Okay. Uh-oh.
The A2.
It's right there. Okay. Let's see.
Right.
You
She
get
has
7 hits on it from the database.
Okay, but see this A2 right here is giving us a different, and see this is actually that other symbol here.
Yeah, that's similar to man.
Yeah, that we already know this too. But just give me a second here. I'm gonna scroll
Yeah,
down
yeah.
to see if they
Oh,
made any
oh,
changes.
That's the
you're
symbol
not
of the
selected
man.
on it, bro. You're not selected on that 230.
Yes, I am, my brother. Right here, I'm on A2. See that?
Oh, but you know what?
Yeah. So give me a minute
Okay,
here.
go
Let me
ahead.
scroll. Yes, sir. Yeah,
Well,
so
it's
we
got the
don't see
name
it here.
in the
And I
database.
knew
I'm
that
getting,
would be different, but I
I'm
want
getting
to go
mixed
with
up
the
on
other database.
on the. I was getting mixed up on the
Yeah,
other
it's all
symbol.
right. Just we gonna take it a little bit at a time. Let me see here. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna see A2 over here and see if they give us a hit on this.
Yeah, you got 7.
Okay. Now I just want to make sure it's pulling up that symbol because if it gave A2 down there in the code,
That's
we're
it.
gonna see if there's a connection to it. Okay, we see something here that looks similar to. Okay, look like we might be getting close to something here. I see up there. Okay, that's it. Hold up. I got another methodology. Let me go back to where we were on the actual tool, the slay document I meant to say. Let's see. Okay. And this could be an error on their part too. Because notice they don't have
They got a
any
star.
writing.
Yeah.
So it shows that they are unsure. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I would say that this, Sheldon Lee Gosselin was maybe reaching here a little bit. And I'm saying it because we already see the symbol for A2, right?
Right.
A2 is the symbol of the man that we have right here.
Right.
See,
Right.
this is the type of stuff I be talking about. Like when we see those errors, we don't just look over them and then be like, they couldn't have possibly did that. Yes, they could be erroneous.
Right.
We just have to be able to identify when we see it because we
Right.
see that this is A2 right here in
Right.
both our molar document and our ARPU document.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's your
Mhm.
A2. Now we see this particular expression, one can mistake for this portion if they ain't careful.
Right.
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 You know what I mean?
Right.
But we don't see an actual hit on the connection and the style of the writing on that. Nowhere here. And that's why, again, there's a star of uncertainty. Like, see, all of these have the actual sound out.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm
That,
saying?
that's what that dot
Actual
means.
transliteration.
Yep. All of these have the little, see, they have the F here though. And they put this here as like N35 and I9. See it right there?
Right.
So the
Mhm.
I9 is right because we know I9 is right here. Remember, I was telling you that's the F.
Right.
Right. Right.
So that's the right Unicode for that I9.
That's right.
But then N35, like they have Neff here, that's for the N. We know N35 has always been the same, but so you can
Mm-hmm.
see N and F there. So being that we know this is the letter F here, and we know that this is the letter U coming off of it, it will be
W.
fu.
W.
That's right. Fu. Pronounced fu.
Yeah.
But yes, a W. You see? Sometimes you will see that W expressed
Well,
in the
I understand.
form of
I
a
understand.
little chick bird, as they like to call it. Go ahead, brother Marvin. That was Bay.
Well, yeah, yeah. I understand what you're saying now when you say the U, because when you put F and W, that's the U right
Well,
there.
that's how it's pronounced.
Right.
Anytime you see a word and it's spelled KH, for example, and F and W, that's kufu.
Okay.
But when it's
Okay.
spelled out, most cases they gonna spell it KH, U, F, and U. Kufu.
Right. Right.
They
Right.
don't put, some people may do that, but in most cases you're gonna see kufu. That's KHUFU. You
Okay.
see? So the similarities
Cool.
between this W and that they talking about here. We want to point something out
You
here.
froze.
This W And this A, the reason why they look so close to each other because both of them supposed to be in determinative indicator. They represent birds.
Huh.
This represents the bird, a hawk. This represents the little chick
Okay.
to them.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
So this is the, and I'm finna show you what I mean right now. I'm gonna pull up the actual dictionary to show you what we're getting at. Okay, so here's the ancient Egyptian
Ancient.
dictionary, right?
Yes, sir.
And we can just go
Right
in
here.
here. There it go
It
right
ain't
there. They
showing
go on
yet.
right there.
He's still on Slate.
And it's saying my screen share right now.
Okay, we see it now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just a delay.
It's still saying my, oh, so is a delay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we see it
Okay, I
now.
was finna say I know this thing acting crazy because it's saying my thing sharing right now. I know I ain't no fool. Like look right here. So now let's look at this. You see
Sir.
this O1. This is the first thing our Grand Secretary of the State showed
The
us, right?
house. Yeah. Perfect.
Right. So this is an indication of
Right.
what's being said here, right? As they would say it, right?
It's a
The
sanctuary.
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 Right.
Same thing in reference to dealing with a house, pretty much.
Right. A
But just
building.
with other words added on to it. But just by virtue of it being here, even though the words spell different, it's still dealing with a house. Now, what we want to go to is N35, N35, G43. G43 is the chick. That's how I felt
Right.
it. You know, even in the sleigh, you will find that if you look for it. So let's go to G43 right here. Let's see. So they don't have a hit for that in that tool. So we won't find it in there. But we will find it right here.
Right.
And this is going to bring up the same letter that we've been looking at earlier.
Did we do the G17?
No, we didn't do the G17. But this is the one that we were looking at.
So why we doing G17?
See it here? And also that's even a W, which now got me in the thought of that S looking thing that I was speaking of in the paper. But this is it
What?
right here. See it here?
Right.
This is also it. Now we mostly see that W like this a
Right.
lot of times.
Right.
That's the one we more familiar with. This is the one that has been tricking us though. For the
Right.
letter A right here. I mean,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
been tricking us. And the reason being, it makes sense because this is a bird and the hawk is a bird. And if you were to put them side by side, they somewhat look similar. In the way that they express it. We don't look at these pictures as letters. We just saying the ones they use to indicate it.
Right.
And there's a different version of it there, different variations of it there. This actually look like a letter A almost. This actually look like a letter F, but laid on its side or something. You see what I'm saying? But this is a letter U. We can
Go
also
that
look
one
at
that
this,
looks like an S.
just chopping it up to a W or U. We can even look at that. Don't that look like a W right there, actually?
Yes.
Looks like a one.
Yeah,
English W.
it can be a W, or when you look at it, you can see a stylish type U if you want to look at it that way. That's a good way
F
for
on
us
the
to be
back.
able to, right? So that can be a way for us to also remember that when you see the symbol as well.
Right.
That
Right.
U like symbol, W. But so yeah, this is definitely it, family. Problem is they didn't get a right hit on that particular measure, but I'm gonna go through the dictionary again and I'm gonna see. Go ahead, sister.
I was gonna tell you to point to that thing again, and I was gonna ask you the little P. What were we saying?
Talking about this?
The F. No, go back to the papyri.
Oh, the F. You want me to go to the F?
Yeah, the F.
Now the F is this is the F here. Let me do this. I'm gonna just do it since I'm here.
No, I'm
This is
trying to get the picture. I see something in the multitude. If you pull up, I'm trying to make sure it look the same way as that in the papyri.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up for you. I just want to pull this up here for that way it's here. I'm gonna go pull what you talking about up.
Oh, the I-9.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull that up and put that in,
Yeah.
in so that we can have it there. So yeah, that's definitely what we've been talking about there. That's the I9. That's the symbol. So let me go back to what you speaking of, Sister Curta Bay. And what is
Okay.
it? You said the two, the sleigh two, are here.
Yeah, right there.
The pepper.
What it looked like the look. What I was saying was
Yeah,
the
right here.
yeah, yeah. The type in on the Molitude G17.
Okay,
I'm trying to see if that looked the same.
that may be it. You may have found it. I'm finna see. Let's see, because that's what we're doing. It is a sign. I've seen it before, but I just don't know that
Oh,
one.
G17. Yep, it's an M.
See what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying?
an
It
M.
says an M and it looks
It's
just like
saying
Hold
it's
it.
up.
an M, but they look alike.
Let me see. Give me a second. I make sure. Because
Okay.
some, some of these things can be tricky.
Yeah.
They look alike, but they are not exactly alike.
Right.
Right,
Okay.
right, right.
And there are many different
That's
expressions in here
it's a
too.
difference, but it could be confused as that. I put it like
Yep,
that.
that's
Yeah.
right. Because see, for example,
You go it to the top.
I'm gonna go back to the top. I'm just scrolling down here just to make sure and look at the different ways they putting them together.
Yeah.
Because if they calling that a M, that right there is gonna be a whole game changer because that don't look. We already know that. How can you change the F into the M?
Right.
Right.
You see, it don't make no
That
sense.
don't make there
But
you
see,
go.
this is actually exposing, that these people may be in error.
And you see
On
Like
a
that
I
whole
said,
lot of
in what
stuff.
they demonstrate. It ain't us that's in error for looking at this. Because
Right.
if we
you see
looking at you
that
putting two letters together,
yeah,
and
that
we
look
look at it exactly as it is right here, for
yeah,
example.
that
Hold
look
up, I
like
ain't got to do that. That is it. But the thing is how you gonna take this and make it into a letter M.
right.
We already see this aspect of here. Them saying, okay, well, this is the I. That's how they putting it. But they
Right.
putting two letters together
Uh-huh.
that form other measures.
Right.
This is the letter F, and that is the letter W
W, yeah.
Right.
that they done put together, and they made it here a M
Yeah.
because they say that this owl represents the M, and they saying that this owl is supposed to be this.
Yeah. So
When
they.
we look at this here, we already see this don't look like this.
Uh-uh.
You see what I'm saying? So what we have found, what they call an M, and they gonna translate it that way. We already know is actually look like to us is fu. What they
Yeah,
saying is M is actually fu. I don't care what he's saying.
that's
Right.
right.
I'm saying what these letters consist of.
Right.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Which
Mm-hmm.
would make something totally different in the word,
There you go.
you know. But that's certain things we gotta look at. This ain't doing nothing but exposing the errors now,
Right.
in some of this stuff that they putting together. Do you think that this look like the owl
No.
more?
No.
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 You know,
In the
so
land of make believe, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you. In the land
in
of
the
make
dream
believe,
world.
and the land look more like a tadpole to me.
And you know
I'm
what? You
just,
see how
I'm
one
just
of
being
those is
funny.
deeper and the other one is not as much, like how we were looking at the difference between the A and the W?
Right, right.
You see it clear right there.
Even when they put these things together, let's be honest, family. When you're dealing with expressions, when something is totally different, that changes the dynamic of what's being demonstrated.
Right.
Right.
So, like, this has a break in it,
Yep.
and
Mm-hmm.
the shape is totally different. So, though you see this portion here in there, you can't just make that this because of this portion of it, because these are two different expressions.
So then
Right.
it's like, what are the
I have
ancestors
a
doing?
question. I have
Go
a
ahead,
question.
family.
Now, all of these depictions here, they're really they're only a copy of the papyri.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what it
Because
is.
when we look
That's
at it,
right.
like you showed
This is
before, when you look at
right.
the actual papyri, it's really difficult to make those things out. And
Well,
all of this is what they've
well,
kind of
this coming
improved
from
on.
Papri, but they have selected what they think is in the same category from Papri.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Out of each different paper, they selected these things and put them in one category and say, well, this is the letter M.
Right.
But no, look right here. This shape here we find more closely to the letter F. I mean, not F, but W.
Right.
See this here? This portion here?
Mm-hmm.
Even though they had a little thing up there on the top, I'm just showing you something here.
Right. Right.
Which
Right.
this here we found as being W as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But they trying to say it represent the letter M,
Yeah.
and neither do F or W express M.
That's right.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. I don't
They
see
can say
nothing
what
with
they want
M
to
in
say.
it.
But what they have to realize is this here didn't come from this. And this is just really evidence of what we've been saying.
Right.
Right.
This is an error. And I stand on that.
So we have to. So in other words, we're gonna have to undo pretty much everything they did. I mean, like they can put us in the ballpark, but we're gonna have to.
Well,
Say,
certain things that's evident like this right here,
mm-hmm.
would have to be undid. The
Right.
stuff that ain't lining up right.
Okay.
The
You know what I
determinatives,
mean?
they check all the determinatives just to make,
Yeah. And because if you say the determinative is one thing, for example, because we know again that this is not the letter M to us here in the alphabet family.
Right.
Because when we go to the letter M, this is what we find.
Yeah. That look like a three.
This is the actual M. That's right.
Yeah.
Which
That.
look
Yeah.
like an M, but just turned its other way.
Right.
Right.
This is
Right.
what we look at when we find the letter M. I just
Mm-hmm.
had it a few minutes ago, the actual one. Right there. That's good. That's good. I want to find the actual M though, so we don't have nothing. There you
Right
go,
there.
right there.
Yeah.
This is the M in the alphabet.
Right.
Right.
You see, and again,
No
this
question
don't
about
look
it.
nothing like none of that. Don't look nothing like what they trying to say is the M up here.
Right.
Right.
That's like
So wait a
blatant.
minute. Now, we got him, brother Edwards Bay. So
Yes,
is
sir.
the M that y'all trying to make out of the heratogram the owl here,
Uh-huh.
or is it? Oh, they tried to be slick.
Oh, they didn't put nothing up there.
They tried to be
They
slick.
didn't put nothing up there.
Oh, we caught them. Lord have mercy. See, they know what they was doing.
Right.
This
Right.
might have been
Right.
an after the fact thing. But
Mm-hmm.
nevertheless, it's widely accepted that this is the letter that corresponds to the owl.
Right.
Let's show the people what we talking about. I'm telling you now, we can't make this stuff up, family. And if you ain't vetted like we demonstrating, you will be trying to blame yourself. No, we ain't the one. Watch this. Show our people. See that? See? And
Yeah.
even though we know most people that know better already know this, but
Yeah.
this is widely accepted, family.
Right.
Right.
Look at
Right.
that. No matter where you look, everybody say this is him. And so
Because
what I'm
because
doing right now, the point I'm trying to make is that both of these can't be the letter M, family.
That's right.
right.
It's got to be one or the other. And so that's why you kept seeing me. I would have never say this is him.
Right.
No. This is actually F and W.
That's
Right.
right.
And I'm going to stand on that.
Me
Because you
Yeah.
can
too.
also see where they squeezed it in right here, too. Look at
Mm-hmm.
this. Now I'm going to go to the Aku tool. Watch this. You can see the same thing. So they done mixed the M and the F up together. Look.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the M and the U up together. See it right there? Look. Look at the style here. See that?
Oh,
This
yeah.
particular shape right here, this expression. Now let's go back over here to where we was a few minutes ago. Watch this. You see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
They mixing this in. Well, really, this ain't even the mixing. This is really just outright wrong. This
Right.
this
Yeah, I
should
agree.
actually, because everything here is consistent to a certain
Right.
degree.
Right.
Yeah.
All
It
of that.
just ain't this down here.
Right. That
I
Right.
that's
don't
their
care
whole
what you say.
right. That's
Right.
I think that's
Right.
their whole point. I mean, they want to switch it
Yeah,
up and then add some more stuff to keep you
yeah.
steady distracted.
And you
Yeah.
can tell. Let's see if they even did it this way. Cause if they did it here, then we gonna really have. I'm gonna go into the document.
And
Cause
they
they
got
might have
more
been
work to
bold
do.
enough to put it over there, but they wanted to snip that out so we didn't see it. Let's see. Oh no, they didn't put it there. So they didn't even know what this was, according to Moeller right here. That means that had to be assigned after Moeller then. That
Wow.
means Moeller seen it as what he had as M up there at the top.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't see this as the letter M because he don't have it in his list.
Right. Right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
Right.
So they threw that in, after the fact. Somebody else came
After the
along
fact.
later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Trying
Dr.
to
Sonny,
produce something.
Yep.
Go ahead.
when you
Go ahead.
stroll on down, you see he got
See? Yep.
the G17 and the D36. He got a little bird there, but it's got a look like an arm up under there.
Yes, sir. And remember, also here, I just want to show y'all. So remember, I was telling y'all about that letter A
Mm.
that had that
Right.
funny shape on it. That's what I was talking about earlier. But see, they have the hawk right here. So that's consistent with what we normally see. Although, sometimes it looked like they be throwing that W in there on that A too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Remember they were going through paper looking at what looked alike. So I can guarantee you some of these letters are mixed in with some of the other
Mm-hmm.
letters.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
After an attempt of trying, because they ain't got the eye that perfect being they wasn't the ancient Kemites, where they gonna go in there and just see this stuff.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
All they were doing is going through the papyri. Really, you know how we normally go through the papyri like alphabet by alphabet,
Right.
and we vetting them, and we go through and see how many A's we can find, W's we can find. They was
Mm-hmm.
doing the same thing, but trying to categorize them by papyri
Okay.
in different writings is what they did.
Hmm.
And that's easy to mess them up.
Right.
Yes,
And
go
then
ahead,
just
scribe.
compounded.
Yeah, go ahead, scribe. Y'all can go ahead. Anybody that has something they want to say, because now we see where the confusion come from and what we were looking for, and why we didn't find it as concise as like what me and the Grand Secretary of the State found. This is an error.
Right.
And then you go on down, Dr. Shahid, on that and that multitude. It's got the MA, um, and it's got the little bird. Can you stroll down on your multitude?
Talking about right here.
Yeah. No, no. Well, go back
No,
to it.
you want me to go back to this portion? I got you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You want me to
Yeah.
go back here?
Yeah. Go down to what's saying page 69, volume 1, page 69, order 1.
Yeah,
Oh,
69
that's up.
volume.
Right. Yeah.
That's up top.
Go on
Because
down.
the pages is going in like in
But
the
that's what I'm
pages.
talking about. You got it right there, Dr. Shahi. That's what I'm talking about right there. What's say G right there? What's say G17 and D36?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's page 69.
Okay,
Okay.
right here at the bottom.
Yeah, right there, right there in the
Okay.
yeah, right there in the middle.
Okay, so what you want?
That's saying MA. And I was
Okay.
yeah, and I was just showing you how they
Yeah,
got
how they tried to
Oh,
put
they
it
got the
together.
two
yeah,
That's
that's how
what
they
I'm
try to
saying.
put stuff together.
hieroglyphs in there
Even
too.
though they put it together like that, now they're mixing it in over here. Look,
Join it together.
see?
Yeah,
So they saying this is M and this is A right here.
right.
That would be correct if we was dealing with the alphabet chart. But
hmm
this measure here, where they putting this on top up here, this
Right.
symbol here, is questionable. Even though that's what they accepted as.
Oh, because
Like
they
right here,
making.
this is normally accepted as mirror, right?
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
But we still looking at, okay, we can see this as special expression here as the M,
Yeah.
but where's the R coming in at? Because we see they got the Y symbol
Yeah.
coming off, and they saying this is the letter M
Hmm.
in the other portion up top.
Right.
Now, I didn't even do that. I don't know what they got going on there. I didn't hit nothing. So anyway, like I said, there's some discrepancy going on here.
Eh,
See, look right here.
yeah, yeah,
This is the letter M. We know it.
right.
Well, how y'all gonna say this is M? This look like M and M if that's the case. Where's the R at
Oh,
in here?
you
Show me
know,
the R in here, because
Right.
there's no R in this. Let me blow this up.
I'm thinking.
Maybe they thinking this the let's see.
Because this
No, I'm
can't
I'm
be the
thinking.
R. Unless they trying to say this is the M and that's the R. No, that is not correct.
Go on to that one to go over to that fourth block. Wait a minute, one. Right in there. Maybe they saying that's the R down there.
Here they saying this is
Oh
the
no,
M.
no, no, no. Go on over,
No,
go on
no,
over.
no, no. I'm
Oh,
just showing you something real quick. Here they saying this is the M.
Right.
okay.
They're trying to go off that one up top I was
You see
showing
that
y'all, and they're
that's
saying this is the R.
that's the R,
Uh-huh.
but it ain't no M.
You see? But we
Right,
can't even say that this is necessarily M and R because this don't look like the letter M.
It
right.
don't.
As we know the letter M to be in a shape similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they all over the place. I'm gonna be honest with you, just my opinion.
You know,
From
I
looking at
think
this,
I
I
think we
see a
need to.
E.R. look like I mean
we may have to recategorize this stuff.
Yeah, because that's the actual that's different papyrus, right? All those
Yeah,
different.
that's what I'm saying. We
So
may have to
so
go in.
over there.
go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead, brother.
Well, no, I was just saying like if those different papyrus, so those are actually they are the actual characters that the ancestors put, on the manifest. But
Yeah,
the way they got
that's
it
correct.
categories, so they just categorized them
Right.
messed up
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm saying we may have to go through
and
here. This
recategorize.
is a whole nother job, and
Yeah,
put these things here that are comparative. Because what
right,
they doing, they putting stuff in here that don't even match.
right.
This, let's just be honest, family. This is different from this.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, it is.
These are
I
two
mean,
different things.
anybody
Right.
can see that.
But
You
when you're
can't
looking
just
at the
say
Akutu, doesn't it show the breakdown of each dynasty? So we should be able to tell quicker.
Well,
yeah,
even then,
it does, but the problem is outside of that, family, is that they are mixing in certain things that they think look like something else and it ain't
right,
matching up.
Right,
Like this here shouldn't really even be none of these a lot of this stuff is off from each other.
right,
You see? So my thing is being that they off from each other like that, we can see in certain aspects the proper transliteration, and I would say this just by going off of natural instinct and knowing how alphabets have evolved throughout the years. This is what I would vet. I would vet that portion of the M would be correct here. Why I say that is because if I turn that to the left,
it's
it
gonna
looks like
resemble
an M.
them. Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
And there's certain alphabets like that that go all the way from Kemet all the way into the modern time.
And
right.
Dr. Shahid, I was gonna ask you, did we see that in the sound like I'm getting an echo, but then we see that M is like that, it looked like that in the Arabic when we were studying, I believe it
Yeah,
was.
that's what I'm saying. This letter M pretty much go all the way across the board,
Right,
all the
right,
way up from ancient time all the way to the modern time.
right,
It just had different ways that it was turned,
right, right,
or
right.
certain things that might have been added to it here and there. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You
And
know,
then
so
too, what we're finding out too, isn't this the same thing similar to what they did to the Bible and everything else that they got their hands on?
yeah, pretty much what they
Yeah,
try to
because
do is categorize things. I'm gonna show you right here. Like this is the letter Mem, for example, in Hebrew, right? Look at it. See it?
right.
You can see
You
that
see
the Mem still has a characteristic that links it to its original. This is one expression of it here, but you
mm-hmm,
see it still got that M style to it,
mm-hmm,
even though it's in a different language. You see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Only thing is lacking is that line down the middle, but that shape for M is still there.
Right,
See what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. Even though people had their own style on it,
right,
it's still the same as special drawing. So when you look at even the M here, there's style to it. If you looked at it, they all went up into basically expressing, the same drawing.
Right.
It's more calligraphic type of M here in the Arabic. But you can see what we're getting at, nevertheless. So my thing is that this letter M, I'm just looking at the fact that, like I said, I see this as more being the M here in its correction, but they didn't put that particular symbol there in front of it, as we seen it in the other measure that was showing us the documentation over here, where they showed this M in relation to dealing with the so-called determinative they have here. We call them indicators. So that's something that we definitely gonna have to look into. And I would like to see what comes out as our Moorish kin begin to transliterate from this particular portion that we have up here. I think that's going to be a grand draw. So we are seeing the errors like we showed you in the slave tool, where there was an error on that side where they didn't even put it in there, for that particular sign. Then we seen that, no, they saying this is the letter M.
Mm-hmm.
So how you going to have two M's?
Right.
Because even the Egyptian alphabet chart, it ain't but one M according to them. And that's that. So where you getting this other M from? That's confusion. And that's somebody reaching is what it is. So I just wanted to say that, and we'll go here and get ready to open up the floor so we can close this demonstration out. And this is definitely a grand task. I learned a whole lot myself in this one right here. This is very powerful. And they're saying again, they're trying to say this is M and R, right?
Right.
They're saying this is mirror, right? And in the past, we would look at it the same way. However, you got to make it make sense. Now, when you put that other symbol in there and you throw that 3-looking symbol in there, you put something else with that, we can get with you. Like this one right here, for example.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yeah.
We can look at this right here, as the M and another letter being attached to it.
Yeah.
This actually look probably more like the M and R. Let's go up here real quick. Then what they call it M and R right here.
That's right.
Right.
Let's go right here.
Right. Let's see.
Oh yeah, we definitely own them now. Prophet said he got detectives everywhere.
I know that's right.
Let me see here. We done caught them. They done tried to get away with it
again. In the cookie jar.
There you go. Didn't I just say it?
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. This is it. That's the M and R right there, right? The real M and R, but they saying it's just an M by itself here. What they done did, I'm gonna tell you what they did. He collected all the M's. He seen this document here, and he collected this as M2. But in all actuality, this would be closer to the M and R, and we're gonna show you why we say that. I seen a few of them up here as we was going through this, going back and forth with this little thing they was calling M and R up here. Let me see. Maybe down here is where I seen it at. Yeah, it was like in one of these areas. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right there. And right here too. So he made a mistake and put this symbol,
that looked
just would be closer to the M and R. He made a mistake and put something else there. He put it right here, up here with the regular M.
M. Mm-hmm.
When it should have just been M by itself without that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because right here, when you look at M, this one was more thorough here. You don't see nothing else on the top of it. This is just M by itself. When you add something to it, that's automatically making it bilateral.
That's right.
A biliteral. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This is singular here. Look at that.
That's right.
But when you put that there on it, It's a whole new ball game.
That's right.
You know, and that's the type of stuff I'm talking about. And when you go to looking, so let's say, okay, well, let's go through here like we did. Well, what is it that we can find there if that's another letter? What is it saying? You know, and then when we come up here in this area, like I said, I had a more detailed one a few minutes ago. This is similar too. They just got it connected to it. This is your M and R. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. We're going to probably have to recategorize this stuff and put the signs there that's exactly there. You know, in certain cases, you know, just that might be a good thing too to pull up as some homework in the future or whatever, just going through there and rearranging and taking those things and putting them there and making them more comprehensive rather than having stuff all over the place like that.
Right.
I think that's a disservice, and I think that we can do a great service to our people by putting these things in order that need to be there and correcting them. The Europeans ain't above correction.
That's
They
right.
was only working with what they had, and they was guessing in most cases. Look at all of that. Come on, man. That's just too many different symbols, you know, to make them all one thing.
How does that look like that? That don't even look. You got the thing, the out bird with the mouth, and then you get over here, it's a line.
Oh, I had my mic closed. I had a question.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Now we can see a good drawing on the M and the R here. But what they gonna call it over here? Let's see what they gonna call it over here. Just a M.
Yeah.
How? How is that gonna be M? Oh my God! And you got this here. Oh, it done took a whole nother turn, more.
Right.
Goodness gracious! Now we know good well that is not an M. A bird, a beakless bird with a scroll behind it. And you gonna tell me that represents the letter M too? Make it make sense now. What y'all think about that, Scribe?
I think there's a lot of work to do with this.
Like you say, make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
Make it
Yeah.
make sense now.
They just lied. Truth
Now
ain't
we got 3 M's now.
Yeah.
We got an M right here.
This one, you got 3 different codes on there. That's so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they ain't what they call in the word, Brother Mark.
Right. I understand that part of it
See
is.
that?
But each
They got 3 Unicodes up there. That's correct. That makes it even more confusing.
But they saying it's
Well, what I'm saying is that each one of these categories has some significance, like the item number, the hieratic
We
number.
know that. We know that. We know that. But the thing is, normally when a word is what it is, a lot of those words, if they're dealing with the letter M stays the same. See, they're giving us the letter M. That confuses the people.
38. Yes, it do.
Now, if they added, this is actually a biliteral, but this a beakless bird. First, you got to figure out what the beakless bird is. We know we can do that by the Unicode, right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this Unicode will spell out what should be down here in the area that says word. Like they do Uncle Jetsanel, for example. When you see it, it's spelled out just like this with the whole Unicode, then they'll put it there. But they are putting the letter M here. And that's where I'm saying the confusion is coming in. We already know the Unicode gonna say something totally different from this. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm just looking at this and looking at these things. And so it's what it is. The more that we are looking at this, is our eyes are becoming, you know, a lot more wide awake and open, so to speak, to what's going on, family. That's all it boiling down to. But you can't say this is an M here at the bottom. You can't say that and then turn around. Where is it? I went past it actually. Yeah, you can't say this is an M right here. Goodness gracious, I forgot I got a touch screen, family. As soon as I hit it, it's going. So here it is. You can't say this is M. Then this is a M. And then you go up here. And say this is a M. You ain't got nothing there to represent it. Ain't got nothing here to represent this either. But then you say this is an imp. And then you say this is an imp. You can't do that. That's confusion. And you don't see but one sign up there. G17. G17. You see? Right here. G17.
G17.
They tying them in, but when you get down here, family, there's no excuse for this. I don't care what nobody say. Right here. How? We see the G17 there. But where is all of this coming into play? And this, how can you make all of this here be the letter M2? One thing we can see that's consistent is this little symbol here that look like the M.
Right.
But this is actually M in something else.
Right.
It's not M alone like they're doing it here.
Right.
Y'all get what I'm saying, family?
Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't nothing complicated other than the fact that they done did something wrong there. And like I said, that's why I say we're gonna have to come through and take those signs that are proper, you know, and put that measure where it is, at least in our notes. You know, so that when we transliterating, because when we transliterate it, if it's different from what it is, it's gonna be a whole nother word than what they saying in the text.
You got a question?
Go ahead, Brother Bati Bey.
I don't recall there being more than one M in the Arabic or in the Demotic.
In now another language, that's right. There's only one M in every language.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. They got like 3 different expressions for M here.
So there wouldn't even be no reason why we would try it.
Yeah, that has to be addressed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I said, go ahead, Grand Secretary of the State.
Pardon self. And we also know the intent of Moeller, he didn't bring forth the original degrees anyway, you know, right. So I'm looking at the intent specifically to bury and confuse, not, you know, not just an error. Oh, I made a mistake. To me, it's like a deliberate intent to keep this stuff buried and considered a dead language.
Yep. Instead of putting it in an order where you could put a scramble up there, and therefore people will be doing what we doing, but only different. We can see through it.
Right.
You know, we can see through what's going on here.
We see clear through muddy water.
And spot and dry land every time. I wish a member would.
We should member would.
A Mason would too.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, so this is powerful, you know, and even if I was looking at this right here, to be honest with you, what they are saying M and R here, and waiting to put it there with the letters they putting together, if this symbol represents an F, right? I mean, not an F but a W, it makes you think about or either mu. You know, that's just me saying that, just looking at the symbols they put together here. You know what I mean? Even though they putting the M and R in this particular fashion here, you know, and but what they've been saying has been M and R, and what we have accepted as M and R, you know, that's something to take a little deeper look into, because we have other words that express M and R, like the one we showed you with the concept of the pyramid, right, and things like that. But yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. But I definitely believe that anytime we produce something in the future, if we speak on these things, we just have to point these things out that we are finding. Just like in the Slay tool, we seen that they were not able to give us a hit on that. They just put a star there. Right. You see? So now Jay Shesh, I didn't even try to open you up. What are you coming open for? Goodness gracious. Did I hit you by mistake? Y'all getting all extra sensible when I be trying to find this stuff on here, computer. Next thing you know, you're freezing up on me. Give me that same type of energy when I be looking for what I'm trying to find. I'm talking to my computer. Did AI get that? Did they hear that? AI, did you hear me? I'm just messing with y'all more. So yeah, you know, we got to keep the humor up in here.
I know that's right.
Yeah, but this is basically what we demonstrating here, family. We showing y'all the errors here. You seen that we was able to find certain things. Let's see if we can find one more. I'm gonna tell you what this is right here. It's that man with the stick right here. You know, and they said that the stick really represent not only is he instructing, but I discipline you if you get out of line. That's what they say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
man,
the man
yeah,
with the stick right there.
man with the stick. I can see
You know what I'm
that.
saying?
Uh-huh.
And so we know that this would basically be this is most likely the end of this particular word. So this is probably a word that's dealing with instruction. This is
okay.
YM, and this may be a H if I'm not mistaken here. YM, H, and then this is A. Let's see. Yamha. And then what is this? This is R or A. Now it wouldn't be an A then, an A following up like that. So it's more likely a R. But whatever this is actually Y. And I wonder, is this coming? Well, actually, I come from here because this is the other determinant. So it would be K, Y, M. And is this H? And this A. Kimi R.
And then you got that same symbol that we were looking at, what we just went through right beside that.
I want to go and vet this and make sure this is the H here. Because this is normally look like it's the H. Or, wait a minute. This is actually probably a determinative, which is the other symbol that sit by the house.
The dude that got his hands out?
No, this one right here.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is instructor. Okay, and this is KYM. KYM.
KYM.
And this is not an alphabet unless it is
Kim.
the H. But I wouldn't say that. I'm gonna go look this up real quick in the Aku tool. I don't want to do too much guessing. I want to go to the actual measure here. I'm gonna go. Let's see here. See what we can find, because we know they be mixing matching. So look out, people. Okay, here we go. Aku. Let's go back to them house symbols that we had up there. The Grand Secretary of the State pointed out the other one earlier. Let me see. Let me remove all filters and then go in and try to wake them back up. Let's see if we'll do it like this. Better yet, let's try it like this. I'm trying to reset it. There we go. Goodness gracious. Okay. Here we go. See y'all. See y'all. Okay, now let's scroll down through here. I don't want to fix suddenly on that measure, but I'm seeing the other house shape that our Grand Secretary of the State pointed out earlier. Okay, let's see here. Not that one, not that one. Come on. Where you at? Where you at? Okay, we're getting close to it now. There we go, right there. This is the one I'm talking about. I want to see the different signs and symbols there. I want to look for this. See this here? This is what I'm talking about right here. And I'm pointing it out in the document here. See up here? Okay. So when we go there, I didn't want to go there. I want to go here. What y'all think about that, scribe?
Yes.
You know, this is spot on hit, right? So now I want to go and see what's actually worded out in our multitude now. I tell you though, this is definitely exercising the eye and making us
Look.
more refined in this.
Okay.
What's going on, brother Bati Bay?
You see that on the document we're translating, you had a
Yes,
picture of that you said what it looked like the house, but then if you went 2 rows down in the same area, it gave the line, the horizontal, the vertical, and then a little piece going underneath it too. So it might that is definitely a determinative of which.
Yeah, that's the H. I'm banking on that being the H, because it ain't other symbols that shaped like that. But what I will say is, looking at that, you know, in most cases, see that there? That's the H. That's what I called it out as being, but I want to go over here and go back so we can look at this and you can see it again. You know, the way that they putting this together. The only symbol in there that's shaped like that is this, unless there's some mystery left.
You
We
see
don't
the
know
one.
about.
You go straight down from where that one is.
Well, you talking about here?
No, down.
Right here?
And how I got that, and then that line coming off of it.
Yeah, but that's two different. Yeah, that's two different measures there. This is a whole different expression here. I'm looking at the boxy aspect of it. You know, but that's the way they chose to write it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But my thing is, anything that's boxed up, more like we know this is the P. This is the H. This is a G right here. See what I'm saying? It's just looking at all the box letters in here and what I can identify them as. But this is just the way they drew it here. Because if we look again back over here, and we go through the Aku and we go all the way through here.
12th dynasty.
We see the same. It's like I say, unless that's a mystery letter. And this go back again to the way that they be demonstrating. And I'm going to go back over here to our molar tube so you can see it as well. You got a whole bunch going on over here. Especially when you get down here. Loud. You can see that little portion on the bottom where it's going over there, but they got it connected. See another symbol where it's going over, but it's just a little box it up again.
Yeah. Right in there, that look similar to it.
Yeah, down here.
Right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And when you go to that and you look at the different styles of the writing, so that's really the only thing that we got to go on at this particular time. And it makes sense, you know, when we say K, Y, M, and H. You know what I mean? Like Kima. You know, what other letter? This may not, it being that this is the determinative, so to speak, as they call it. And they're placing this here as a H anyway. It relates to the house, but if we just say Kim, so to speak, we already know this is determinative here. This is not a letter here, per se. Unless you want to try to make it be like a what you call it, a A or something like that, and that ain't it. We know these are legs. They would call these walking legs, right?
Walking legs,
So this would be the end of what's being stated here.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is that vulture. This is the vulture. Then this is the letter G following behind the vulture. I want to say this deals with like Mother Amma as well. But that's a whole nother drawing. But we definitely can see K, Y, M. And if we want to look at this as a determinative, we can say, well, this starts here then with A, and I said this was more like a R. It could be a T or whatever the case may be, ADRT. We can look this up when we go through it. All these things we can find out once we deal with the homework, because it ain't real hard. This stuff ain't hard to transliterate here, because it's so spaced out. Would y'all agree with that? By looking at it,
Yeah, it's not going. Yeah,
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not
Right.
too bad. Not
like
too bad.
it's really spaced out to me. Despite like this right here, like what in the world is that though?
Right.
Now that's gonna be something to find right there.
land of make believe.
Or is that one of the demonstrations that they have that they try to make like the heart, and then it's just a different version of it, the way they put it in that document or something? Because that's the only thing I can think of, or like one of them containers.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like they be holding them cisterns or whatever they had to hold stuff in. I'm just guessing that off my head. But other than that, a lot of this stuff, most of we've seen before. That's why I chose this particular part of the document for this particular session that we demonstrate. And this is just going to show you again, we have learned a whole lot just in this particular session more than anything. Like, for example, like we just go through here. I'm gonna show our audience that what I say when we know that we talking about what we saying. This is the letter what, people?
Where?
S.
Right. S, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And oftentimes you will also see them spell the word Seneb out with this as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is an indicator, and it's an actual word being stated here. A lot of people don't know that. You know what I mean? So here, this is a determinative, we know, an indicator. This is the letter what?
A.
A.
Yeah.
A, right? What is this?
Ooh.
That was the H.
H.
That's H. That's correct. What about this?
That's a determinative.
That's a determinative. Yeah.
Correct. What about this? This is what?
R.
That's actually a biliteral, but we ain't gonna go into all that. So you can see an R but connected with another letter.
Yeah, sure is.
You have to vet that.
Yeah.
Then we see another express measure here by the one on top and the one on bottom.
And some.
And something.
Even look like HN. Yeah, that's what I was finna say too.
HN.
Actually, this is the same type of H that goes over into the Arabic language too.
Oh, okay, HN.
Show you real quick what I'm talking about.
Man.
Oh, we pick up on all these things. See, that's why it's good to have knowledge. If we wouldn't have went through all these different expressions in language, let's see right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's H.
Right there. Depending on the style that one is drawing it in, but it's still the same H. And they have other H's too, but that's the one that I'm saying relates to the one that we demonstrate. So, okay, let me go back over here. So, and then this here we chopped up to really be the original M and R connection here.
Mm-hmm.
MRM. Henmir. Look like Henmir here. But then this is an MS. Right? And then what is this? This is another determinant. Indicator, right?
Right.
Then it picks up again, and we already know this is all messed up.
Right.
Where they transliterate it. I don't care what nobody say. This it can't be no M2.
That ain't no M.
That's F and U.
Yeah. F.
Yes, sir. So this is certain. And we can go here and we can say, okay, well, the N is here. Or the R is here. That's some R and F I got to figure out. And this actually probably is the same as this too. These two here. You just got to look at exactly what that is and determine, and then we can go into, our thing. Yeah, this is also a determinant.
Determinant, yeah.
So this is the letter W. We already know that.
Yeah,
this is P and R.
Up
here, up here, right? Some up here, right?
Whoop.
Wap here, wap here. That's what we see. Then I told you this is the vulture.
Vulture.
It's a letter G right here. Another determinative or indicator.
What you say that letter was before that, Dr. Shahi? Right there?
G.
G, that's the G. Okay.
Yeah.
And then that.
Then we have this drawing here, K. This here would go into more of a determinative. I would see all that connected together. We know good and well that ain't no alphabet.
That's right.
Goodness gracious.
As
we go on here, this is kind of something to be vetted and deeper going into. It's kind of squiggly up in this area here.
Yeah, it is.
But then we have also again we had a letter that they was trying to call M here. Mm-hmm. We saying foo, F-U.
F-U.
This is again another K. That's another expression. Looks similar to the foo, but actually this is something else coming off of it. So we got to vet that a little bit. And then we have again here. There it go again, the same thing. All throughout the document, that will go back to that same expression of the H. Look like they didn't fully draw it like they did up here, but more likely it's the same expression. Just didn't go as far with their pen, and we can actually see the statement. This is how we can vet this. We can see the same statement being made here, whatever this word is.
Right.
It's the same thing being conveyed here.
Yeah. See it?
And it even we can see its whole ending right here with determined here because it ends here. But then we see a better expression of what this is. See that? This here gonna be harder to find than this.
Yeah.
I guarantee you both of these in the same category. Looking at them. Y'all see what I'm saying, Scribe?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we have this special measure here. I want to say this is either a W, another form of a W, or it could even be an A. But I have to vet that. This is an R. We know this is an R. Want to say this is an A. Or it could be an H. Who knows? A or H. But then we know this is P. I want to say this is W here. R. This is B. This is another W. So this is
P.
Apur. And this is Ba. Bu. Apur Bu. Somewhere around there. But we can go deeper into it as we go to looking into it. But I'm just going to show you that majority of this stuff we can actually see here. And this is a repeat. We got to look out for that because this is how we're going to learn too. Once we see these things and we begin to see that they grouped, we know that we can make them things applicable. It's going to make us go light speed and learn. You see that there?
Yeah, that's the same as up there.
Same thing up here.
Yeah.
You notice that it goes all the way over here until the K is in here.
Yeah. And then you got the YM.
Yep. The YM and everything else we was talking about earlier, determinative A, look like a R here. This can also be a W to a certain degree. We got the instructor here, which is basically going to let us know what this is really indicating. So like I say, we can use the indicator sometime to make out what's being said, make sense. And then we have, again, that same drawing dealing with the FW. This is R and K. This is N, and look like I seen this symbol a few minutes ago when I was just looking in the legs. With this legs, with the legs, that's right there in our molar too. I might have it right over there now. But yeah, you see how we able to go through this thing and really look at this stuff. We getting better and better with it. You know what I mean? This is like an upside down unk here, and they do that. But no, this is actually the banjo.
Banjo.
The banjo, like guitar instrument. You know what I'm talking about? I know Brother Bache probably.
Yeah, I know what a banjo is.
Yeah, I know what one is.
Yeah,
Islam.
string instrument.
Crazy. I was looking for that. Earlier, and I couldn't find. But that was like a determinative, so I had to look up two different. It says the bottom one's the I, but I couldn't find the top one.
Right. And like when we go through here, we can see like the N. This can actually deal with A to a certain degree. Let's see B. This is M here. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, this is M, but look like they drawed it off on the R here, like mirror something. And they got an R there, like MRR. Y'all see that? MRRU, like
right.
Maru. And then this is S.
Yes.
And I want to say this is either W or R. Let's see. SW
Y.
See, Sui. Or let's say
SWI.
And I'm just coming off the head. SRI. Shri. That's a word. I know that's a word in Kemetic teaching. Then this is M. Then I got to figure out exactly what this is connected to this letter. This is SP. This is T. That we know that's Sopted. We already went into that. Got to vet this a little bit more and see what that is. These two letters here, I remember this a while back, but I can't pull it out. I wonder if this is like MRA or something like that. That's just a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't going with it and saying that's what it is, but that's just a thought. This is P. This is going back to what I would consider a H. I know this one right here. I want to say, is this hair? But I ain't gonna go with that. That's just a thought that come to me. This is A. This got to be vetted. This is something with R here. This is S. This is another, like I say, in between R and W. I got to get this one down and master it. It's either like a R, or W somewhere. This is going back to Shri. I said Shri earlier, so we're gonna go with that for now. This is the W. This looks like a W too, but connected to a P, like Waput. This is like B. This is this is one, but I can't think of exactly what it is now. I wonder, is this another is it a H or is it a I have to look that one up too.
Yeah.
So again, we're looking at a possible R, A, and then we have W here again. We got a letter S right here. Don't forget this letter S over here. You see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like that can actually be Su or even maybe Sa somewhere around there. This is the same letter here too. Pay attention. See this right here?
That's
whatever being expressed, and that's a determinant, not a letter, by the way. That's the same thing that was being expressed up here. See it?
Yeah.
What I said might be.
Oh yeah.
See that? And it's the same thing, but just wrote a little different. So keep that in mind. That's R again. It's another determinative. This is an H here. Another R and something. We seen this symbol. Look at it now here, because it has that on top of it, which what I was calling like a or W. Got to get that symbol, that little small thing there. It always get me. That little thing there get me here and there. But it's good that we're doing this exercise. This symbol with the R with the little thing coming up out, the same thing here. Same thing there.
Ray.
Just, when somebody writing, they ain't going to write everything exactly the same every time.
Right.
So we see the change. Here it is here. That's the one I keep saying between R, A, and W. So just keep that in mind till we get the actual alphabet on that. You'll see it when you go through the vetted. This is the letter K. From what I can see, another R, like Kr. And then I don't know exactly what this symbol here is coming off of that. But we can see again something there that looks like the same letter here. This is another drawing. I know what this is, but I can't think of it right off of my head. This look like two letters here. That's going to help you make some sense out of this probably. And that's the R there again with something else connecting, another R here. At least what we're looking at it as. But this could be a triliteral or biliteral of some other sort too. You know, this is S. This
Yes.
look like a U and a M
You.
together.
You.
You know, they will probably try to say this is mirror again. I'm willing to bet in most cases. And this is the other symbol.
That
You know, our
beast.
brother Bati Bay was pointing out, but it's connected. It ain't really connected. I think they just draw that together. But I think this here is probably a whole letter by itself, which it look like it's more in the family of the B, but I ain't gonna
Yeah.
go with that.
But that'll be a
Or it
determinative,
could
right?
be like the A or something. Yeah, this could be a determinative. That's exactly what it looked like. Like maybe a human being squatting down and holding their arms up or something. You know how they put it there. Then this is Y again.
Y.
This is W.
W.
They go the little monkey with the tail. Puff, puff. That's
Yeah.
P and H.
Yeah. Them
You
the
know,
feet.
right. And then this is there's
Yeah.
some legs.
Them the
walking.
legs walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they put two determinate. This is the first time we seen something like that. But maybe there's some rules behind that right there. So again, this is the one I'm saying is like a R-A, you know,
R-A.
W. This
R-A.
one here. I keep saying that, you know, just to keep going back. So when you go back in the video, it's gonna be one of them, you know, but we can go and look at it later. So this again, we know is W or U, and then there it is, the mystery symbol that they want you to. They say this is mirror.
They saying it's an M.
They say this is mirror, M and R here, but I don't care what they say. That's a F, and that's attached to it. So this little thing here, I don't know exactly what it is, but that look like that same S, R, or the A here. This little piece on the bottom look, you know, like an upside down F or something, almost. But so you know that's what I'm saying. You see how easy that we could go through there and see this stuff, you know, as we are seeing it. That's showing progress. That's showing, you know, that we actually almost there. Because once we're able to identify these things, now we can sound the words out like we was indeed able, in fact, to find stop to it and go into that. And we can do the same with the rest of this. You know, so yeah, that's gonna be part of our homework. So is there any question or anything y'all would like to say about just us being able to see that? How much progress do you see in what have we've come so far, fam?
I think that the deciphering it went over to, you know, if we was going in the walls over in Kemet, it probably blow their minds that, you know, once we're able to read it as a language instead of how they're trying to put it out there. You know what I'm saying? And then so this is by far. I see we all done came a long way. You know what I'm saying? Even by reading it, and I see why you took us through the Arabic, the you know, the Hieratic, the Demotic, the Mariotic, and we went through all those languages in order to get to this point. You know, and that's all I really had.
That's right. And all those who claim that they've been teaching Medu Re can't now one of them come up here and tell you. In fact, they say, I don't have to know the hieratic. What? When this is the source material? Right. Are you kidding me? You know, and we found recently a lot of them saying that they didn't like Kemet anyway. They say they banging on Kemet. Some of the same one I thought was representing Kemet. Come find out they don't care about Kemet neither. Throw it in the trash is what they say. Wow. It's all garbage. How you gonna be out here acting like you represent Kemet and then all of it? But see, that's that Western Freemasonic demonstration too, though.
That's right. That's
Islam.
Right. Islam.
Right. Go ahead, Sister Turtle Bay.
And when Dr. Bata Bay was saying, if we would go, if we could go and stand in them pyramids and look at that, I just believe that the energy of our ancestors would just cause us to just with what we know now, would just cause us to be able to pick that out and just read it and cause us to see the essence of that whole thing. I mean, we got to go to Egypt. We got to go to see the pyramids.
Oh yeah. I was looking up the prices on there. They got $1,200 just for now. There's a travel app like Google Flights. It show you what the price is at. I got a friend He travel all the time. He be all in Paris, and I'm talking $200, $300, $400.
Right.
So at certain times you can catch the flight, and you can actually go there when the price is at a good range. And so we're gonna have to definitely plan it. Get our passports, and all that stuff right there, and take the trip. Mashallah.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. That's what I want to do anyway. Start doing a lot of ground breaking research, like getting on the ground in the field.
That's
Like the brother Renoka Rashidi and different people was demonstrating.
Right.
I didn't even know that brother had passed form. The way he put stuff up there, like he was still here, but I didn't know he passed form in 2021.
Who, Rashidi?
Yeah, Renoka Rashidi. Yeah, he passed form. I didn't even know that.
I didn't know that either.
And he was one of the ones that have been around the world.
Yeah.
But he always, though he was Afrocentric, the brother showed the truth. He showed when he went to Islamic places, went up in the mosque where the Moors, he spoke highly on Egypt and the Moors. He showed pictures of the sculpture of Ishmael.
Right.
Even. So if Ishmael existed, then his lineage had to exist.
That's right.
So that killed that argument when they're trying to say these people ain't real.
Right.
Ishmael was descendant of Kemet. His mother Hagar, Hijab. The Heteru. We can see the connection between that. That's
right.
Islam. All right. Islam. Anything else from our scribes on this?
Islam,
Grand National Secretary of State.
Having already risen, giving praise and honor where due, I just want to say much gratitude to our panel, to you, Dr. Shahid, and also to our family online. This has been a grand class, and I really got a great benefit out of being able to go together as a team. And also, just when you picked out that word Sopdet, and being able to see it. And it also showed just like how we are vetting these things. And we see that our Japanese brother is, bringing forth the cool tool and things. I also see the necessity where we're going to have our own database, because we know that the prophet, when he brought the truth, he kept it simple. We're going to have to keep it simple too, because that's what it is. And one truth doesn't contradict another. So the inconsistencies and the contradictoriness of this, we're going to have to make it plain, because these are our ancestors bringing forth these keys. And just like Moorish Ken was stating on the panel, we are going to receive revelations coming from the prophet and our ancestors to lead us and guide us the true path, but the heart has got to be pure. So gratitude for having this a special class, because definitely we can see in each other the growth and development, and where at first it looked like a bunch of scrambleness on a page, now it's starting to become a little bit more clear. So gratitude for the demonstration, and that's kind of like reaffirming that our own growth and development. Gratitude more. Peace and love.
And peace and love. That's right, Grand National Secretary of State. And that's why I say by the end of 2023, we're going to be way more advanced than we were in the beginning of 2023. And we're going to only increase in this information. Like I said, even in getting the book, dealing with the writing of the late Egyptian, the hieratic. Let me see here. Make sure. Okay, even in getting this work here, this work from Sheldon Lee Gosselin, it's okay in a lot of background and history. It's actually trying to show you how to write in hieratic. It gives a little background in the history, but it still doesn't give you what we are giving our people right now. That's why we say only we can teach our people this stuff. The pen is in our hand. So this is good to have, but I wouldn't suggest that our family spend no $150 or $200, $300 on it. I think some prices are dropped down on it, but most of this stuff that's in here is already in Slade's document. What I did too, by the way, and Brother Marvin Edwards Bay was actually with me, as I began to do this. Let me pull this up here. I actually went online and I downloaded this stuff right here. You see how many pages that is? This is the slave document. Goodness gracious. That's all slave right there. You know, but I did this because I'll show you something. Well, you already seen the slave document. When you look at this stuff here, you can see clarity in that, right? You can see
Right.
how
Islam.
these things look. But here, and this was some people was complaining about. They were complaining about in this particular work. I seen reviews on the book. I still bought it anyway. They were complaining about this, and this is from 1999. So you see the way the words look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't look so clear as the ones that's in the present measure. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but you can still make them out though. You know, and they had the same stuff, like I said, that's in the slave document. And they're only showing you how to write, like I say, different lines. They actually have sentences in here. See what I'm saying? So how I would go into studying this, and this is my own methodology, you know, we got to make, you know, do what we got as we go along. I would actually use this as my reference to make everything out clear, but I'll study it with this. Ain't nobody tell me to do that. I know that's what I got to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, in order to get some clarity out of what's being depicted here, you know, you can find it in here. So I just downloaded the slate. And if you have time, I think our Moorish kin should do the same. That way you can take the slate and just go through it in hand. Because there is no document that's been printed in the book form of the slate.
How many pages is it?
Around the same time. Go ahead.
How many pages is it?
250.
Okay.
I didn't know it was that many. Actually, 200. It say 250 on the computer, but it's 235.
Oh, okay.
They
Okay.
even have the hieratic numbers in the end of the document, which y'all probably seen as well.
Okay.
So yeah, very powerful demonstration. And this is just paleography 1, the introductory. You know, with a few, well, it ain't got no lines broke down in it. This actually should have been here.
Mm-hmm.
They should have just put it in there, or whatever font typing they would use. They should have did that. But like I said, this has certain breakdowns, like hieratic sentences and all of that right there. But this is the only book of its kind like this. There are no other books, you know, out there that's written to this extent, at least that I found yet. And y'all know I dig high and low.
Yeah.
So Islam.
Dr. Shahi, you know, you might have a point. I might have to go ahead on and print that out, because if something happened to this computer,
That's right.
Then we can have that paperback in the book whenever mine's coming.
That's right. I'm actually probably going to get boxes of stuff and start you know, doing a lot of collection on these things here.
Because we can't trust this technology stuff, because it's messing up all the time. So we need something to back that up with. And
also that give us the opportunity, like the Grand Secretary of the State said, was create our own database.
Right.
You know, we can try to find out, like I was able to find some stuff to even be able to create our fonts. We can look, it's out there. We know it's out there because they use it to create their own.
Right.
We just have to get into it, or either hire somebody to do it, you know, and put it together for us. That may be a little more technical, but y'all know I'm gonna go in there and go try to find out how we can do it ourselves.
That's right.
Access program.
Huh?
Access program that will do it all.
Yeah.
Database queries and everything.
Yeah. And so, like Grand Secretary of State said, we can put these things that are there in order and comprehensive, so they won't have to go through all this stuff we done went through. You know what I mean? Trying to find all this, just put everything in perspective, because we having to learn and put this stuff in perspective. But we can see why it is ain't nobody got out there bold enough to claim that they teach hieratic. They have the book, you know, because they ain't never really, it's almost like they throwed it to the side and they like, well, we agree with what we put in these pictures, and so that'll hold y'all back. Islam. So Islam at this time, what we're gonna do, we just gonna give it to our Grand National Secretary of the State and just hear from you all again. And we going on the way out. Islam. All right, Grand Secretary of the State, what do you have to say in your closing statement, Scribe?
Islam, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. Praise Allah. Closing statement. I'm very humbled, very grateful for the exercises that we are going through. Just, giving praises to Allah and honor to our prophet, because as you were speaking, Dr. Shaheed, it just called to mind, this is a new era of time now. Playtime is over, and we clearly are seeing daily the work of divinity that we are called to do. So it's time to roll the pants legs up, the sleeves, and get to work. Gratitude, peace, and love.
Islam, gratitude, and peace and love. Islamism without the schism. All right. Okay, scribes. Well, let us see if our Grand National Chairman is on the manifest. I know he'd be on missions, but is the chairman available, Grand National Secretary of the State?
No, sir. Not at this time.
Well, we love it. Islamism. Well, all right. Okay, scribes, y'all come forth.
Islam. I would just like to say, like the Grand National Secretary of State said, it's an honor and a pleasure. I learned a lot today, and I really enjoyed going through this with everybody. All us chiming in and all us pitching in and things of that nature. I really enjoyed that. Looking forward to doing that again. It seemed like we all work good together, and we just be talking and getting our little information in there, and I love that energy we have working together and just pulling out some things. And as always, it's an honor to be here, and we give honors to you, Dr. Shaheed, for all that you do and all that you will continue to do. You are really fulfilling your calling. Islam, gratitude.
In Islam, gratitude, Sister Dendra. All right, what about our brother scribes?
Islam.
Islamism.
Islam. And I just got to add that, it really shows that, you put your head, when you stick to something and you keep going with it, no matter how hard it appears to be, you're going to see the fruit of your labor. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You got to go through the grind in order to get to the progress. And that's what this shows. Doing things, you really have to do the things that everybody else ain't doing in order to get that progress where it's actually, absorbed in your DNA. And that's what today's class shows, that it's actually being absorbed in the mind frame, in the heart, you know what I'm saying, of what we're trying to do. And this is why it's needed. And we show our work. They say show and prove, and this is what's going on here. And with that, leaves a common peace.
Islam, that's right, brother. Even when it comes to trying to look at this German stuff, and that's at least two now, when y'all come across some German, you can take it right to Google, or any language, that is. When you see certain documents and they come up in another language, some of them you can copy and paste, some of them, unfortunately, you got to manually type in. But nevertheless, we can get some remedy out of it. Islam, all that is what it is those things that challenge the mind, family. Anything that challenges the mind fires up the neurons. If one is so much into what they think they already know, they get burned out on what they think they already know. But anytime something new comes to the manifest, it causes you to think. And if you are earnestly seeking, a lot of these things will open right up to us. And this is what we call immersing ourselves in the wisdom. Islam. All right, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, you have any closing statements, scribe, you would like to say?
Absolutely. Islam and gratitude. Yeah, this is a beautiful journey for me, and yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay out of Texas Consulate, and I concur with the Moors before me, and being in a team, a unified, putting forth a unified effort to solve this humongous task that we've embarked upon. And that's what it's going to take. And so for me, just remaining open. You know what I mean? And like you said, when you come into something new, you have to stay open. You know what I mean? And dig into that courage. Call on that courage. You know what I mean? And say that Morris American prayer, because that's all part of it. Any situation, anything we do, we have to continue to pray. You know what I mean? And this is what it means to me. This is what it is telling me. Depend on Allah, because Allah is leading on and victory is assured. So, and I appreciate all that you do, all that you have done, and all that you've continued to do. You know what I mean? And because it's bearing fruit today, because each one of us aren't where we were when we began. You know what I mean? And we realize that we still got a ways to go. And so, yeah, I'm just so grateful for being here. Gratitude, scribes and instructor. Appreciate it, you all. Islam.
Islam. And gratitude to you as well, brother, for all that you do and everything it is that you brought on the manifest, being here, brother. And I just want to point something out too as we close out here, just a small, brief measure. What we have found through dealing with language, we are able to vet cultures by the study of language and linguistics and so forth and so on. We can actually find, evidence through language. And remember, we started everything off by telling our people about strong words. We ain't talking about strong concordance in the biblical aspect, but strong words. We want to always keep that in mind too when we go to vetting certain words. This is going to be our grandest pillar of understanding to be able to stand upon, because we can see, for example, as we pointed out, even in the video with our family, when we was on Sultanate's channel, we were showing, how the word Ab came from Kemet, because this existed here before it became known in the Hebrew and the Arabic, but they all mean the same thing by definitions. And we showed on many of the words, very important words like the katam, and one of the most important words to dealing with Islam, when they say katam and nabi'in, and this is not something to be taken lightly, because where they trying to say this means Muhammad is the seal of the prophet, Kemet shows that it just means to seal something up or close something up, or to be the keeper of the seal to a certain degree, a ring, a signet, a stamp of authenticity, and the same as in the Hebrew. So when we go through these measures, like even with that call, the nearest place we can meet Allah is the heart. The qalb is the word they use in Arabic, and you can see at the root, connection to this here, but that's the same word that deal with Qibla. This is why the chairman say turn toward the nearest and most dearest place. Qibla mean direction, but it's connected to the word qalb, which means heart. So in Kemet, as we point out in that session with our family, the emphasis on the Ab, not only it represents the Father, but it represents the seat in which the Father dwells. That's why we say, where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. Not the blood pumping organ, but the consciousness telling us in Kemet, the heart of the soul, the dictates of the heart desire, the middle, interior, sense, wisdom, understanding, intelligence, attention, intention, disposition. This is all dealing with character building, so we are learning, again, when we go into the Hebrew, that same word leb, which is connected to ab, you see the ab there, inner man, we are heart. So we say, no, where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart, in the consciousness, this is, look, the mind, will, and we say we are linking our will up with the deific will. This is consciousness. This is the line of divinity and matter. So these things are not something that we can just look over, so to speak, and just say, oh, that's what it is. No, these things have a very strong bearing on us understanding our science and our teaching. We can see our ancestors was demonstrating the same way. The inner man, that God man, the mind, the will, and the heart, nearest place you can meet Allah is in your consciousness. And so this is why all of this stuff is important. But again, we have to use the methodology of vetting words to see if they're part of the strong word, because this is what makes our lexicon even stronger when we can point these things out. This is how we vet words. So Islamism without the schism. And at this time, we're going to call on our sister, Curta Bay, so she can take us up there in the third heaven. Islam. Grand class, scribes.
Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work in their homes on the streets. We are for peace, not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet, Noble Jew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relations that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Go in peace, Moors. Great class, Islam.
Islam.
Islam is
Islam, great class. Peace and love.
Islam.
Grand class. Grand
Great.
class.
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
I know our chairman probably see everything going over here now. He said he didn't know how to transliterate that hieratic.
Praise the Lord.
Islam, we love you, chairman.
Well, that was the chairman?
Chairman Islam.
Okay.
Chairman, the first one told you about transliterating the message. You hear me? Ain't no other more taught you that.
Islam.
Transliterating the message between ancient kingdoms and Islamism. All right, more.
All right, family.
Peace and love.
We love you.
Peace and love.
Love you.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. All right, family. That was a grand session. And very powerful measure from the scribes. And y'all keep tuning in, because we are becoming more refined in the language. We are seeing the errors along the way that Rome has made, Praise be to Allah. But that's what happened when you do a deep dive in the thing. That's why you have to go and do the research and not depend upon somebody else to do it for you. And you'll see what we have once we get the scribes to bring forth their transliteration of what we had here. Like we say, we are learning in the process of teaching. And that's the greatest expression that we can have, family. So we're going to take y'all out, in the only way that we know how, and give our family a grand drawing of this measure. So let me do this here real quick. Okay. I want to give our family some grand insight to this. Okay. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love, family. Peace and love.